We all got to say it again. I should have hashtag Terrence Howard so he couldn't go. Now, what I was trying to say to you guys, it's like 1 times 1 should be 2. That's Terrence times Joe Rogan. But if we times Terrence by himself by 1, it would just be Terrence. Uh huh. But it's still your experience. So it's still just one experience. Because I know, but it's not. But it's not. It's not the same dollar. You know, it. Yeah, it is, but it isn't. It's like it is, but it ain't at the same time. Because now 4 quarters would still be $1, but it's 4 quarters though. It's 4 quarters that it takes to make the dollar. But if you just got $1 bill, it's just $1 bill. You're not gonna say, "Oh, that's 4 quarters," because it's not. No, it's not. Nah, it's a dollar bill. That's different. You just went and got change for it. You changed it, huh? No, 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 no. That's different. Now you timesing it by 2. You got 2 over there and 2 over there. That's 4. Because the one is just saying you timesing it to itself, right? Yeah, but it don't got it. This is nature. Nature, the one that came up with that. Nature came up with that, which is nature. Which is nature. Man, see, I'm, yeah. When you times it by 1, though. Yeah. But how's that? I'm thinking about it, and I'm going. Okay, even though it's not moving, you still timesing it. You're just timesing the one by itself because it's just one thing. But the other one is itself. That's because you got two things and you got two things. Now, I'm not, because if I just got one cup, this is the one cup. Now, if I had two girls, right, and one cup, that's a whole nother story. I wasn't trying to say that. I wasn't trying to say that. I didn't mean to go there. What I was just saying is I got one cup, I'm timesing this one cup by itself. Now if I got two cups and I times two cups by themselves, it would still just be two. Now if I got two cups and I times it by two other cups, that would be four cups. Like it's so. But you're not adding it, but you adding it to itself. You're not adding another cup to the one cup. You get two, three, yeah. I know, but it, no. Yeah, it's like if I. Wait, you go. Wait, say it again. Man. Yeah. You arguing. What's up, Kristen? Oh, dang, man. Y'all can't even hear. My bad, y'all. My bad. Dang, how come they do that?
Freaking out like one what? One of what? How
My
many of what?
bad.
We don't even know what's going on here. Like, what is the scenario we're referencing to? That's why, like, Exile is saying steps, but you're saying like squares. But we're saying, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's kind of picking a specific unit of measurement to kind of validate their equation type shit. Like,
Right.
you move up one, you move over one. That's 2 steps. That creates that angle. But we just covered one square. You know what I mean? So it's like, hey, how many squares did I cover? One. How many steps did I took? To if I'm doing the up down method or I ain't cut across or something. You know what I mean? That unit
And
of
what's the
measurement I
length?
feel like is
What's the
like
length
why
of
we
the
made this
hypotenuse?
or where we getting at.
And what's the length of the hypotenuse on a 1-1 triangle? You know, where 2 steps are 1. What's the length of the hypotenuse? It's not 1.
I
On a
don't know, 1 1 1.
right angle triangle.
Isn't a squared plus b squared? Isn't 1 plus 1 a squared
It's,
b squared? Yeah,
Okay,
and it's gonna
do
give you
it.
like 2
It's
or
not
1 or
going to
some
be
shit.
1.
What I mean, like
That
I
would
ain't
be
doing
hey,
it, but I'm just like
that would be in an equilateral triangle, not a right angle. We're talking about a right angle graph here. A right angle graph, if you connect 1 to 1 and you measure the length, go
oh my
measure
God,
out a
green
foot.
buds. Don't start, man. Green buds gonna pop in talk about 1 times 1 equal 1. How? Oh, yeah, it do.
Go take a foot.
I'm talking
Go
about
measure
how.
out a
Yes, it do.
foot.
You're right.
Go measure out a foot on the ground, and then make a right angle to that and measure out a foot. Now measure the angle, but measure how long that hypotenuse is. It's more than 1. It's right there. There, you can't have an action times an action equals the same action. The cause can't be the effect of the cause.
It,
Like,
bruh. So you said measure out what? Say it one more time.
measure out 1 foot on the ground.
Okay, bam. I'm
Okay, now do another foot right to a right angle to that 90 degrees to that one line. Make a right angle to that, and now measure out another foot.
you getting 1 square.
Okay, now measure the length between those 2 points. It's
Okay,
going to be more than 1.
that's gonna be 12 inches, which is a foot.
No, it's more than that. The hypotenuse is more than on a right angle triangle. The hypotenuse is always going to be greater than the two
It's-
sides that make it up.
It'll be 2 on a 1 and
Times
1.
2
It'll be
equal
2.
1
1
No, I
squared
think it's
plus
like
one
one
squared
time
point.
is 1. 1 2 times is 2. That shit had me confused, but I ain't anymore.
No, it's not 1, bro. It's not. Just go anybody go measure out a foot on the ground or on a piece of paper, an inch. Go measure out an inch.
You can look at the square tile of your floor, and the square tile,
it's doing that. I
you
swear
know,
to
is
God.
gonna
Look
be
at,
a
like,
foot.
equal foot going-
Yeah,
I
No.
swear to God, my
it's
daughter
gonna be
was
one.
doing that.
Each one is gonna
You
be
measure-
1 square foot.
The measuring is the measuring of the hypotenuse is on a square is connecting the diagonals. So how long? Go measure the diagonal of that square and then measure one of the sides of that square.
You
And
talking
tell me
about
if
from
those are the
corner
same.
to corner?
Yeah.
From corner to corner, it's gonna be a different measurement, wouldn't it? I mean,
Oh, why is that?
because it's a square.
It's not 1? I thought 1 times 1 equals 1.
It
But
what
it's
is
not.
it? What?
No, but the hypotenuse is the like. Ain't the height? The hypotenuse is like the bottom and the side. I forgot what the damn terminology is. The hypotenuse or the cut across.
Green-
Cutting across it, it's
Green
gonna be as long
buds.
as going around this shit.
Greenbud
Like the
said Terrence
hypotenuse
trying to
is
dumb us
together.
down. Okay, that's what Greenbud said. Terrence is trying to dumb us down. I don't know about that, but I think he got a platinum argument there. But at the same time, it's like it just make it all not make sense. Like period.
Okay, so we got 13. Oh, look at 13.
Okay, so
look at
yours
that.
is 13 inches. You got 30 now.
I'm measuring from 1. I'm putting it right there. I'm putting it so it's like 12 and 7.
7/8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5/8.
Okay.
This
I'm talking about
tile is
7/8.
12 and 5/8, right?
Yeah.
So let's measure the other side. Okay. 12 and 5/8. That's a good tile.
Yeah.
They made that good, right?
Now go
So
corner
12
to
and
corner.
5/8. No. Corner to corner is how much?
Was that like 15, 16? Oh, 18. 18 and a quarter or
Eight.
something?
18 and 1/8.
Okay, but
No, wait,
look,
I didn't have it lined up. You're right. It is 18.
that's like TVs. Like when they sell TVs, like you don't buy it by, you don't go, it's a square. They measure it like that, corner to corner like that, through the middle. And that would be like a 32 inch.
Right. So this is showing you how 1 times 1 is not 1.
No, it's not. Because that's still
That's
just
what I'm
one
saying.
tile. The tile is just one tile if you was just to say the tile. You wouldn't measure it and say the sole size of the tile. We're just talking about the tile. The tile would still just be one square tile. And we're not measuring the square root of the tile.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Man, Cryo, I called you. You didn't even hear me. But I guess you heard me. That's why you're here. What's up, Dimitri? What's up, Dimitri? We trying to get over this 1 times 1 is 1.
It's because the equation of the hypotenuse is the first side squared plus the second side squared equals that hypotenuse squared. It's not times. It's powers and addition.
Yeah.
And multiplication is fast addition.
Oh, yeah, come here.
What do you think about that, Cryo?
I don't even know what he just said. It's
He said,
multiplication just past division.
yeah. Maybe
What
there
part
is
is
no
it?
one. Oh, yeah. Dimitri said maybe there is no one. The one doesn't exist. It's
Yeah,
it's
symbols
like
don't
looking in
really-
the mirror.
Symbols really don't exist. But if we're approximating things, if we're building structures, if we're a lot of these different things to measure, right? The ruler actually is a servant. The ruler doesn't say, I am correct. No, the ruler needs no justification. He simply is. There's the ruler who says he's correct is egotistical and trying to control things. So we can put that controller wherever we want. We can put it on, and that's the basis of our meaning, which is our perspective.
Yeah. I don't know, man. All I know is Terrence Howard just messed up a lot of shit. Okay, that's what.
Sure did.
That's what he did.
You niggas built the triangle. One of you niggas found the area, one of you niggas found the hypotenuse. You niggas just built the triangle, basically.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold you.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. But one time one is still one.
If I see myself as myself and then True sees me as something other than I see myself, well, that's two. This one thing is doing two things then. You can never cross the same stream twice. That's one times one equals two. You can never live the same exact moment twice. You can't, sorry. You might have memories of it, so you have a residual of it, these perceptions of it, but no, that's a different memory that you're living. That's a different experience that you're living.
If he did call you a different name, though, you would still be that same thing, just encapsulating like the many ones. Like how the two is a one symbol for the many of the two ones. You'll just be like a one person symbol that representing like many things. And then in different people perspectives, you will be changing. So you might be like
Right.
3 things to them or 4 things to them, but you'll be like encapsulating all of these ones kind of thing.
Right. Which is the notion of Shiva, which is the notion of zero. You know, these things are just symbols. There's no one of anything. There actually is not a one of anything, right? The tile is made up of different things. The body is made up of different things.
Yeah.
And our math is a representation of nature. So we should be able to look to nature to see how these symbols are being either used, manifested, or diminished. How can you make an apple times itself? No, you would multiply. You would add an apple or multiply, which is fast addition, an apple to another apple.
Nah, you can multiply it by itself though.
You can't.
He said 1 times 1 is a glitch in the matrix. It's glitching right now. You can't
This is what
time
I'm saying.
like you just timesing it by itself.
It's okay. So 2 times itself is what?
2.
Exactly. That's
no,
the fallacy.
2 times itself. What is the 2? The 2 is the symbol. It's a one symbol that encapsulates 2 things. So now 2 times itself is not a 4.
It would just be
You
a
gotta
2.
remember what we call it. It's what the itself encapsulates because the 2 is not equivalent to the 1. It just holds 2 ones. So when we say itself, you gotta remember what that thing encapsulates, type of shit, or what that thing holds when we say time
Man,
itself.
can you break this down for him, Big Chill? Big Chill here
Luffy
now.
land plus Canada does not equal America.
Listen,
What you think about the 1 times 1 is supposed to be 2, Big Chill?
you know, I mean, we're bounded by the laws of physics of our reality. But I see, I'm leaning on Shiva because Shiva's pushing the limits and he's trying to expand your mind. You have to let go what you know. It's a whole new law of physics. Like he's trying to, homeboys create a whole, not Shiva, but Howard's create. I mean, not just him created the periodic table. It's been done before. But I mean, what he's coming out with is revolutionary. I mean, the mathematics, the numbers is connected to everything. But to try to defy this dark energy and the space in between nothing that we don't know about as radiation to electricity. I mean, what we know as gravity and what we've been taught has a lot more questions than what he's stating. And like his shit is like, is mathematics okay? It's blowing our mind. You say it's dumbing us down, but really taking us to that level one.
That's what Green Bud said.
Yeah, we're questioning our reality now. Like if they were to make rockets by his logic, we would be traveling faster than the speed of light. Like even electricity itself is still a mystery, but the way he's dumbifying and explaining it down, basically showing you like everything is free, but he's breaking it. We don't understand the mathematics yet. And this isn't just new. This has been introduced us through other physicists and other philosophers. So, you know, we're calculating it now, but this is part of the upgrade, you know, like respect Shiva. Shiva's trying to, and I hear his frustration because it's so simple to him, but then it takes for others to get it. I know, True. You keep saying, but no, there's
no. I'm saying the reason I'm saying, but no, is because I'm not going. I don't understand what Shiva is saying. That ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we made the laws. It's laws that are in order. So 1 times 1 is 1. That's the law.
Forget about that.
No, bro. Come on now.
Language, other elements on the periodic table. We are evolving.
If I go to the store, see,
forget about everything. It's a new time, Drew. The reset button. It's happening right now.
You trying to get me arrested? You trying to get me arrested? That's what you trying to do.
Hey, I ain't doing that, man.
If I go in the store right now and I go 1 times 1 is 2, and I go okay, and I grab 2 things, but I just want to pay for 1.
Yeah, but what happens if 1 is infinite and 1 is original? 1 is itself. You can't multiply. 1 is 1, man. There's nothing else like 1. 1 shouldn't even be in the numeric because 1 is 1, whether it's the infinite or the greatest. It means 1, man. There's only 1 of a kind. You can't duplicate the 1. So there's a confusion right there. What are you talking about? How can we even then what? You know?
Nah, you can't. You can't. But if you times, if we just saying if you times it by 1, it would just be 1. You timesing it by itself. Like I just feel like that 1 times anything is just times in the whatever that thing is by itself to they self or it they self.
Which it cannot be physically. She'll just get. You can't physically reproduce that. It's only a mental. It's only a mental construct that's been handed down, and saying it's law and then beating somebody up or killing them because they say different. There's no line between California and a bunch of stupid shit's been going on in the history. There's no border between California and Arizona. Just because just because somebody's standing there with a gun that says, if you got to do it my way, or I'm going to kill you, or I'm going to put you in jail, or put you in prison, burn you at the stake. That doesn't make it right. It just means they have more power.
Eat the Studio Production said, what in the holy scabidded, what you say, scabidded toilet did I stumble upon?
You could hit that link, man. Coming to the Discord.
Yeah, hit that. I didn't even share the link, man.
Think about it,
I didn't share the
link.
My bad.
How many like
come join it?
You know what I mean? How many types of that thing type shit? Even like naming stuff, we try to get very specific.
One man, one is God. There's only one God.
Leviticus.
But if you but what if you times what if you times that God by 1?
It's not possible. That's what I'm saying. 1 is a different.
See?
Like 1.
Now you get, see? Now that's what I'm talking about.
The Greeks had to let me finish. I was talking first. You need to chill, wait till I'm finished, and then I'll finish. The Greeks had to create 0 to give us this of 1 because we don't understand it, and we still don't understand it. Here's Buddy coming in 2025, But this isn't new shit, True. This isn't new. People been knowing about this for a long time.
Yeah, for a long
It's-
time.
They didn't kill him yet, but they're trying to say he's crazy,
No,
right? Because you come up with this new kind of thought. They say, "Oh, you hear what
bro.
Tyson was about him, bro?" I'll never listen to Tyson's podcast again. I respected that guy. I promote him. But yo, after how he shot down Terrence, I can't respect Tyson no more because he's not really intelligent. He would be doing it to everybody. Terrence Harvey ain't crazy. He ain't schizophrenic. He ain't on medication. He's a smart guy. And for Neil deGrasse Tyson to shoot him down like that, shame on you, Tyson. As a fucking so-called master physicist, shame on you. That's what I'm saying, because I think Howard's onto something, and our children's will look at him as a great man.
No, the way you got to think about it, though, right? Remember when you were young and you first got taught, how to add and subtract? And then they hit you with the times table when they said 1 times 1 is 1, and you like, wait, hold on, it's not making sense.
Fractions and trigonometry, that blows your mind from 1 + 1, simple addition. Mathematics. Now it's going to spots. Quantum mathematics. You can't understand it in grade 1 or 2, maybe unless you're Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. But math has evolved, and you know what, True? It's still evolving. And this Terrence Howard, this shit is helping to, like I'm telling you, they're looking at one different. Whatever way, nobody knows the right. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. But we're learning from this.
No matter what, that is causing, it's doing what it's supposed to do, right? It's making people look at it and talk about it.
You can explain everything. But we don't know how to use mathematics. Sure, the physics and these people claim, yeah. But we're still figuring new elements, new equations, new formulas. Like they have theories to so much that they're missing one little thing. And each day they figure it out. Like, this is the reset, man. We are in the reset. Like Terrence was saying, we're not even at level 1. We're so silly, stupid. Oh, what's those guys in the sky?
But
the light.
Like all this started over a video that Exile sent me. This guy. This weed is good. This weed is good.
Bro, y'all both saying.
No lie. But no, it was just.
The difference is, one or the other is attributing like different labels of unit of measurement to the outcome of the thing to validate their damn.
Stop reading,
but Khan, no, it took us. No, he was saying we started behind this video that he had sent me though.
And they tell you 1 times 1, they're referencing the squares. They're not even. They be like, bro, as soon as you get to like algebra and trig and shit, then they be like, oh, how many steps you took? Okay, let's do the fucking soccer tower, or Oscar had a heap of apples. Let's find a hypotenuse. Let's find a cosine tangent. Let's do all this stuff. Bro,
but no, bro, look.
1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 2.
No, look.
1 times 1 is.
Look, no, this all started behind him sending me that video, bro. And that video, that dude was just like kind of going against a couple of things that Terrence Howard was saying. And I thought they both was right in their own way, but I don't fucking know. That shit is just trippy. You feel me? And it was something else he was saying. What was he saying, Exile?
About the sun. The sun gives birth to planets. That sort of got me, and his theory was very interesting. But we might not be around for a trillion years. So he says the Jupiter storm there for a million years is actually gonna boost off a planet and give birth to a planet. But we may not see it because it may happen in 2 billion years or a million years. I don't like them kind of talk, but that's very interesting. Because I don't know if stars give birth to planets. I mean, what we've been taught in school about the meteor rings and then planet pieces float off and get caught in gravity and then pulled around. We don't know how planets are made, but that's what we were taught. But I like his story, how stars give birth to planets. That's pretty amazing. I want to witness that. When I go die and go to the other side, I'm definitely going to witness a birth of a planet because I'm not going to see it here.
But you can tell Terrence been on psychedelics, man.
That's what I was saying too. For sure, some DMT. So for sure, bro. Like he was talking like, but he was proving his stuff. Like, bro, he went to that realm, okay, and brought back 92. He patented 92, not just like man. I see things in the DMT realm, but the things that I see aren't even possible in this friggin' realm. Even if you remember it, you can't even remember the mechanics of how it works, let alone
They had
remember
a
formula, all this stuff, and then patent it. Like, I'm surprised the American government allowed him to patent, but he
I
tricked them.
think
He did it through subsidiary companies, because if they knew it was him, they would have stole the patent like Edison did. You don't think there's somebody working at the patent office that steal all our patents? Man,
yeah.
I've submitted over 200 patents, man. I only got 3,000. Where's all my other patents? And I asked for the papers back. They don't want to give me back my shit.
You the one
But I never.
submitted the patent 1 times 1 is 2.
All they
No, I
do
just.
with patents, the only thing
That's all. Sorry, Shiva. Go ahead, brother.
no, I've got experience in patents too. The only thing that they do to give you a patent is to see if that patent has been granted before. They don't see if it's feasible. They don't. They can, as long as that patent has been granted before, then they'll give you a patent on that.
You tried
And
to what did you try to patent?
Another point. Hold on. Another point is, yes, you can see a planet being created. He did it on the Joe Rogan show where they created the planet Saturn just with the math. They didn't create with an animation. He used the math and spun the math out, right? The computer is you put in this algorithm and it'll give you the answer kind of thing. And so, yes, we can create planets, create moons.
His theory shows right now that octagon on top. So yeah, you're right, Shiva. He did show it. I apologize. I did see the simulation. But I never knew about that octagon on the top because I see a lot of different footages from NASA. NASA don't show that. But I checked some independent pictures and oh my gosh, that octagon is there. Huh. I've been fooled by NASA for years because they digitally enhance and change their image of what was the planet again, Shiva? Jupiter, was it? The one with the big one they simulated the growth of it? What planet was it again?
It was Saturn. He did Saturn with the rings.
Yeah, with the rings.
Saturn got it.
And it's got a hexagon on the top. I have experience in patents, true, but I can't speak about them.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I laughed when I asked the question. It's like, you don't want to tell your patents or even the ones you got going. Because somebody with money going to jump in and really get it. Kim, Star, what? Sujin?
Also, too, on the graph, that's a 2-dimensional plane. I just thought about that. So you go to a 3-dimensional space, then you got 1 times 1 times 1 is 3. And then the more, you know what I mean? It's like a type of...
Hey,
I see myself as myself, but there's 12 people here, so I'm 12 different versions of myself in this one being.
Yeah, but a lot can't see that. A lot of undivers don't see that. Like the one, like he was talking about the part. Remember what he was saying about when Terrence Howard was, doing a little thing over his face when he was in his mama's womb and all that. And he was like, nah, you can't, because you don't really start developing a memory until this time, and this time all the other stuff be kind of forgot about. And I'm like going, on psychedelics, though, you go all the way back to then.
Yeah, with yoga and with meditation, with looking at your own body, you can go all the way back to the first-celled organism, the one-celled organism.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Now, that's the wild part. That's the wild part, because you can go all the way back to the...
Then you go past cell and you go into the light, the energy, the source.
I be thinking that's what a lot of the travels be, though. It be taking you all the way back to those weird memories that you wouldn't think you have.
Without drugs, past life experiences, that's what they do. They make you go backwards, and you literally go down to the cell to the light. And then you could be in hallway or you're back. You don't even see the hallway or nothing, the bridge of souls. Maybe you go right to that other life. And it's like you go from the cell, right? You see your light, and then you're in another body and you start the process from the cell to the fetus. And then you're an African or you're a native Indian, or you could be even mammal, past life.
I think that's what the tunnels be. Bro, when you go through all the tunnels and different things of that nature, because you have those experiences where it feel like you inside your body, or it would seem like it's inside your body. But what if it was like, you was inside the womb, or you was like the sperm looking for the egg and different things of that nature? Like, what if it could be that? I'm
Oh,
not
that's a,
saying that it is, but it seems like that at times to me.
go back to the sperm, because the
Yeah.
man who just have the oven. I know that's going to be an argument, whatever, but we hold the seed, man. We produce like 15 million of them every like 2 minutes or something, but we have the
Ooh,
seed.
yeah.
They seen when they were the sperm, and they looked back and everybody was behind them, or they didn't care. They didn't know where they were going,
Talk about
but they know they had to be there first. You know, I never had that. I
what
never
y'all
went back.
talking about.
When I see the light, I went to the past life. I never been no sperm or no
Nah,
opium.
I was like I went all the way back to where I was some kind of liquid. I was like I wasn't even like a body or anything close to that, bro. I was like a liquid or something. It was trippy. But I didn't went,
Yeah,
I went through them tunnels. Like you get them times where you even, it seems like you inside of yourself, like I said, but you don't be. You be in like, it seems like, dang, I don't even want to say that because that's putting too much on it. But it be like that, bro. It be like you going through that whole process. Like you can see that whole, you're in it, being that sperm swimming through, going through coming out your daddy nuts, going into your mama, and inhabiting this egg, and then watching yourself grow within that egg. Like you can see that whole process.
Now, at the same time, if you go by 24 hours, you're in a different quantum time as you're like because you're like smaller. Your realm of time is a little bit different than up here. So even though you think it's 9 months, it could either be infinite or it could be quick. We don't really know. Like only certain people can remember, but we don't remember. Was it like, oh, I can't wait to get out of here? It seems like I've been in here 10 years. Or like, oh man, was it just yesterday I swam up the tunnel? And oh man, I'm about to go. Like different in there, like we do, I guess. Because remember Howard said he didn't know what his hand was. Oh, what's that?
Yeah, what's that? But he didn't even know how to that's the trippy part, because you wouldn't even at that time, you wouldn't even speak, and you wouldn't think you would speak in the language. That's what they would say, but it's like within there you still hearing everything. Like I know everybody that had experiences where you was there and you was speaking a whole different language. You was speaking Japanese, but you knew what you was saying. But everybody around you is speaking Japanese within the experience, and you can understand all of it, 100%.
Bro, I know a girl that had a stroke, and when she got back from her stroke, I don't know if it was Japanese or some Chinese from Cantonese Sichuan province that she's never been before, that she's never maybe one or two YouTube videos, but this girl was speaking a whole other language after her stroke, True. And she never took no lessons. It was like an Asian language, and she still speaks it, but she don't know how she learned it. She was dead for 2 days. She wake up, she speaks English, and now she's speaking Asian. Maybe she was an Asian from a different past, But she don't believe in things. I tell her that, but she's like, no, it's a thing that happens in your mind. I'm like, how the fuck you learn these languages? Listen to you can go home. Hey, Kyle, it's to learn this. How to say this? And you're sleeping for 3-4 days. I tell her it's a phenomenal, like spiritual, something supernatural, But she does now have a job where she uses it, but she don't question it. She's just like, oh, because of the stroke, But that's why.
That is, bro. That just lets you know that it's a lot in our DNA that we don't even see. Like, I be thinking that right now. Like, every time I have an experience, I go, damn. Like, from the first man to now, it exists within every person that's probably on the planet right now. Yeah. From the first person that was here to now, exists within your DNA.
And even the stars, bro. Why do you think that we call us star children? Because we have the stardust in us, bro. We have the thing that happened from the Big Bang. We got it in us. We're this planet. We're from out there, man. We have traces from all different planets. This isn't us. We don't have Earth. We have space stardust in us.
I think that shit up there is just a reflection of this. I still feel like that, bro. Like the sky is just a reflection of this. What's up with it, Mark Dreams? What's up with it, Ozo?
Good, bro.
What's up, Dreams? Bless up, brother.
What's good, bro?
Yeah. We was talking about before y'all came, Mark Dreams. We was talking about the 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, 1 times
I
1 is
know.
2.
I know. I was listening for a little bit, and I was doing some thinking about it, right? Because
Yeah.
it's interesting that this topic's coming up now in our society, though, because it's math is complicated because math is it's like this thing that's legit. Like it's like we all agree that this is the truth. Math is at least. But then it's like, well, it's only the truth because we agree that it's the truth. That if we do not come up with certain agreements or certain laws or certain things, then the world becomes chaos.
Yeah.
Like so it's like 1 times 1. I guess the times and multiplying the whole fucking thing is complicated because it's like I had to really think about it. Like I had to literally say this to myself like 100 times type shit. Like 1 times 1, like that means 1 multiplied by 1. Like it's only 1. But if you do 2 times 2, technically that's 4 because it's 2 2s, and 2 2s equals 4. And then it's like if you just keep going on, you just kind of do three, like 3 times 3 is just 3 3s, or 4 times 4 is just 4 4s, or so
Yeah.
forth and so on.
Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. But what if you? But the 1 times 2 though.
Yo, but you know,
You're just doing 1 2, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
1 times 1, 2 times 2
you
would
you
just
sound
be
you sound
1.
muffled. You sound a little muffled, Ozo. She means how many times a number is added to itself. So if you add 1 plus 1, you get 2. 1 times 1 equals 2. Just like 2 times 3 is 6. Hence, you're adding 2, 3
what I'm saying,
times
though, listen, even if
2,
you
2,
go to
2,
a store
6.
and they got an item that is the same item, a bunch of the same item, like a pen, whatever, a pencil. You grab 2 of those pencils. Those pencils are not the same pencil. Those pens are not the same pen, no matter what. It's molecularly, the whole structure of it is 2 different objects that look the same, very closely the same, but they are definitely different. So there is no 1 times 1. Everything is another. Like if you even have 2 pens up there, that's 2 equals 2.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Was that?
Right, because 1 times 1 would just be 1 1, and
Even if you
1
have
1
twins,
1.
even if you have twins, it still equals 2.
Yeah.
That's basically what Exile was saying. You was listening to Exile. Damn. Nah, I'm just
Nah, I
playing.
didn't hear Exile, but I know we think alike though. You feel me? So I believe it. It's true. You feel me? It's like if you have twins, they're the same, identical DNA and everything, but there's still 2. There's not 1 and 1 equals 1. The motherfuckers is 2.
No, that's what he was saying. Like if a woman have a baby, it's like that's not that 1 times 1 equals 2. It ain't 1 and 1 is 1.
Yeah. That one woman made herself 1 more time.
So
That's
this
2.
is definitely a glitch in the matrix. It ain't no glitch. If it is, we causing it. We cause all the glitches. We gonna glitch this motherfucker because we. And what it is they just came up with a certain way of counting and doing shit. You feel me? They didn't know they was wrong.
And they said, "I'll
Right.
kill you if you say anything different."
I wish
That's
you
the way
would. That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
Well,
you know
remember
why? Because it
how
works
they
in
how
one
they would
direction.
have
That's why.
they would have
They
the
did it
slave.
because it works in one direction. It works for the banks. It works for the
Yeah.
banking system.
Yeah, because the
That's right,
last
yeah.
person said 1 times 1 is 2, did like 60 years in jail. So by the time he got out, it was over. He's like, man, I ain't saying that shit no more.
That's just like what you're. That's just like what you were saying when they had the slaves fight each other, and now that whole person's bloodline, the whole person's way of thinking is now gone. Just because I'm stronger than you, I can kill you. That doesn't make it right.
Yeah. Nah, don't. That shit was crazy, though. That was, he said, this shit hurt my brain. Me too. Me too. I like playing with both sides of it. Because I see both sides of it, but it's still like, yeah, the earth is flat. Yeah, the earth is round. Yeah, the earth don't exist. You feel me?
Right.
Might just be electrical, different levels of electricity that seem solid to us.
Hey, that other thing that he was talking about. Did you ever have that experience where you went all the way back to almost like your birth, Mark Dreams?
What do you mean, like a psychedelic experience?
Yeah.
Um, not kinda, not really. Like, I've never had a trip where I've like went back to my birth, but I have had like trips where I'm looking in the mirror and it's like I can see the young baby me all the way up to the old man me.
Yeah.
But like never like remembering the birth or things like that.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
usually
was.
it's all about the other world usually for me. Like unless I'm walking around and like kind of just lightly tripping, but usually I just got my eyes closed and I'm going in this whole other world.
Have you ever been to where like you like it felt like you was inside a body, like floating through like the fucking veins or something, or like in the brain tissues?
It has felt like I've had a trip where I felt like I was kind of almost like backtracking through my DNA. Like where it's like
Yeah.
I did the thing and then it's like I'm kind of going backwards through my DNA all the way out the other end. And like the other end being the version of me that doesn't have the body. Like wherever whatever originated the DNA, like the original thing, the original
Damn.
knowledge or whatever, that's what it's like I became.
Oh shit.
But that was a
Yeah,
wild
if one
trip.
times one equals one, then there would be no existence. There would be no happenings. There would be no actions. So if the creator is everything and it multiplies itself by itself because it's the only thing that happens, well, that's how we get the rest of the creation. There's many.
I think the issue becomes because it's like when you look at how like the universe is like one thing, the universe uses math, but it's not law to the universe. It's law to us because it's like a physical world has rules to it. There's gravity, but you can find a way to disprove gravity, but gravity is still needed for the rules of this world to exist. So it's almost like there's certain things that like they're not true. Like we're not
This one's the
human, but we all agree for right now that we're human, so we don't all just lose our minds freaking out about it. Well, I didn't know we're human. No, one times one equals one because one times two equals two because what they're saying the times means. Like there was a bunch of math definition that came together to agree that times means this thing and plus means this other thing and division means this other thing. So
There's a
it's like
bunch of people who came.
Gravity. That's wild.
There's
How
a
he-
bunch of people who came together and said black people are 3/5 of a human. Does that make it right? No, it
no, what
doesn't.
I'm no,
So-
but that's a
so
whole
just-
different. That's a whole. Just listen. That's a moral concept instead of a
No,
physical
no, it's not.
concept.
It's the same thing. It's the same. Just because a bunch of people come together and say something is right doesn't make it right.
No, you're right about that. You're 100% right. But the problem is that it's some ideas. It basically the world goes into chaos if we all can't, if the majority can't agree on something, because then it's like, then you will be sitting here for the next 10,000 years trying to figure out which
Yo,
math is
that's
better.
yo. But
But
what if so?
then we
What
missed
if
10,000 years of doing something?
math is gonna unravel the human species? That don't even. Who cares? Nobody. The chaos. Who gives a fuck? Like, it's not gonna
But what
unravel
I'm
the
saying by the
species of
chaos
human.
is it's like what the math is the reason why houses are able to be built the way they are, or
No, it's just
technology
because
is.
you build a house because it's raining, or because there's something you build a
No, you
shelter.
build a
The
you build a
monkeys and
house,
other
but you
animals
have
that
to
have
measure
shelters,
the
they don't
wood.
have no math.
Yeah, but their houses don't look as good as ours. What I'm saying is we have to measure the wood. You measure certain things to come up with certain agreements. So when I give you a piece of wood, it's the exact shape that you want. But in order for it to be the exact shape you want, we have to agree on what the measurements of the
Nah,
shape
if
are.
it's if you want it the exact shape you want, you have to go make the exact shape you want. That's what you do. You take control and you take the reins of your life and you move forward, just like everything
Yeah,
else does.
but then we'd have to chop our own trees down. This is why
Yeah,
society does this,
yeah,
though, is because it
that's
makes
what
it
you do.
easy to live
Take a
because
quick
we don't all have
restroom, right?
time to chop down trees down. We don't all have time for that. We all have other things that we would want to do.
Bro, but
Or
they've already come up
Hella
to
thing.
answer, like all the answers to societal problems have already been created, and they just guide us to listen to the societal problems that the answers that they want us to focus on, because they already have things that there's trees that grow within the fast rate of time that you could use these for wood. There's all kind of things that you could farm to make whatever you need.
no, yeah,
So
but not
it's
everyone wants to be a farmer. That's the problem. Is not everyone wants to do that. So therefore, we create stores, just like not everyone wants to hunt. So then we go to the store and we create stores, and we have ideas for measurements of how much meat you get, like how much a 7 ounce steak is. Imagine if we couldn't agree on the numbers for a 7 ounce steak, and then one day you get 2 ounces worth of steak, and I say no, that's seven. Like that's what I mean. That can happen if the thing doesn't have enough order.
Nah, I don't think that'll happen, bro. I think people will have. You don't need to
Well, if we
have
well
math or
if we
none of
can't
that
agree
shit
on
to barter. To
which sides
barter,
of the
barter
piece
is gonna
we
never
need
go
it.
away. Barter will always be here, bartering forever. Even chickmunks will barter with you. Even a rat, like they said in a gold mine, if you barter with him, he'll probably bring you nuggets of gold, depending on what rewards you give him. Like it's just bartering system and stuff like that. And math, a eagle doesn't need to know what size of a branch that'll withstand winds. It'll just go make a nest up somewhere high and make it fortified. It doesn't need math. There's a lot of ways to do things that you don't
Yeah,
need
but it's
society's
living like an
hand.
animal. The
An
reason why we
eagle
need math is because we're living like a
yeah,
conscious
But
here,
thing.
nah, I
like
ain't gonna
350.
lie. They be using
The
math,
eagle does math
bro.
too.
Like
Don't
insects and shit, or
underestimate
like
Sometimes they do.
spiders and shit. I'm
the
not
eagle
saying
does
they
math
need the
also.
math, but
Different
they
math.
like
Oh.
bounded by the math. Because Mark James is saying like, yo, we just give these shits labels and general terms that we can agree by. You know what I mean? So it make it easier. And then it sounds like also like we don't even need to agree by these terms. We could just go outside the box. You know, like forget the terms and the conditions they're trying to get us to sign up for to even abide by the contracts, which is even agreeing that this is this and that is that, so we can like henceforth move forth like whatever society we in. But no funny, we do kind of use the math, like the spiders and junk, to us in our little calculations and what we perceive as math and the symbols we put on there. These niggas are math wizards, like a spider or the jumping spider. I forgot what type of spider, but they can jump or calculate velocity, the wind, use that to release ionization with a web and kind of glide across the, you know what I mean? Like they calculate all of these junks and all of these perspectives and junk to build their web, kind of, you know what I mean? And it's like, yo, how did he build that? This nigga doing some intricate math. To us, it's like, how is he doing that? And we're using math to unravel the universe. Like the universe is just the universe. I'm thinking type junk, and we're using math as like a one of the default ways to kind of construct this or kind of give like points or something like that. Even the multiplication, I would just think about that, not even to go back to that. But I'm like, yo, that X is a crossing point, right? And I'm thinking about the hypotenuse. I'm like, that crosses over. And I'm like, okay, this is some weird fuckery type junk. And then I'm like, yo, the last thing I noticed, everybody saying like a unit of measurement. Like also, he's at one pen, but that one pen is like maybe trillions of organisms or something, or trillions of molecules. You know what I mean? But it's like how
Right.
many pens though? Maybe like not how many organisms, but like how many pens. That's why I think like the little mathematicians, I keep saying this, but that's why I think they stress it so much. Like how many of what? Or how many of this? You know what I mean? So it makes sense in
Shape,
whatever applicable way that we're trying to discuss
all
about
of our
type.
shapes and geometry comes from nature, right? A lot of mathematics is learned like how nature is growing. Like so it's like a circle. We don't know who started first, but yeah, man. The mathematics is in the nature and the nature performs a lot of different things, man. The
Yeah,
shape.
take a ball player, right? A ball player doesn't need to know how fast he needs to run, what angle, what velocity he's throwing the ball at. That motherfucker has just been throwing the ball his whole life. Just like we're kind of like born into these bodies or inertias, and I know how to I'm not calculating my if we're going to call it math, we're kind of calculating, but the body achieves a sense of balance naturally. It's like self-organizational, so we can put things onto it, but the things that we put onto it should mirror what's actually there. That's all Terrence Howard is saying, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Instead of
that's the cool part about it though, Steve. Like you know how people go like, and whoever said this was a perspective thing too, that was like, I ain't gonna say that's 100%, because that's like I don't agree with one answer. I think all the answers are valid. I just think like what are they being used for? But like that's the fun part about it though, shit, because somebody could look at this pen or look at this cow and be like, you're one cow. Or look at this elephant. You're one elephant, but the elephant probably pregnant. Or the elephant, you know what I mean? Or the elephant didn't get the chance to mate yet. Or this toad, or you know what I mean? And I'm like, wait a minute. I think sometimes we be taught to connotate things with certain things, if that makes sense. Like we look
Right.
at this one thing and we think like, hey, I only see one notebook, but the notebook got like 120 pages in it, but I only see one notebook.
Right.
Or you know what I mean? I think that's how we kind
Yeah.
of taught.
How
No
how
funny.
many?
Back to True was saying, how we even
uh,
taught. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
No, how many different beings had to come together to make my one being? How many ancestors, you could start doing the math on it, right? One generation ago I was two different people. Well, two
Right.
generations ago I was four different people. So run that back, right? And run it back to all the organisms, whoever. So one is actually it's just a symbol, but it's an acclamation of everything. We're putting everything into this one symbol, this individual symbol, which the individual is made up of many parts, and that's a fundamental perspective as well.
Right.
They say learn the laws so you can break the laws, right? Learn the limits so you
Yes.
can go beyond the limits. Something within
Right.
us always wants to expand. You put me in a 10 by 10 box, I might be happy for a day. You liberate me into a 12 by 12 box, I might be happy for 2 days. Liberate me to a 100 by 100 box, I might be happy for a week. But something within us is always looking to expand. So acknowledging these limits that we have, then we can go and break them.
Right.
Yo, even with the grade school like thing, bro, like even how they teach you how to multiply, the way that they teach you, it's like I got this type of thing, and how many types of thing of that thing do I have, or something like that. And I think that programming help like kind of carries over and connotates. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we multiplying, or how many times do I have that thing? Like that's some of the questions, or around that generality of like questionality, whatever you call it, that we ask ourselves type with simple without even like going in and trying to think about this. We in sixth grade, fifth grade, whatever grade school grade you started off with, or get into it. It's like, oh, how many times do I do this thing? You know what I mean? So now I think when we get older, we connotate this like, oh, how many times do I got that? Not even thinking like, oh, that thing is made up of a thing or other thing. Like your organ. Your
Right.
organ going from organelles to cells to, I said organelles, or I forgot the you know what I'm trying to say, the path
Yeah.
to organs, but
Yeah.
like I see this as
And
a kidney, but this is made up of trillions or billions of organelles or cells or something like that. But this is one kidney. And it's like that's why I was saying like the unit of measurement, not like inches or feet or like yards or I mean that counts too, but the unit as in what am I specifying type John? One kidney, or am I saying billions of cells that may equal this one kidney? Kind of like how you
That's
can
why
change
they're
a
trying
dollar
to change the
to 10 dimes.
periodic table to show how everything is mating and how everything's connected to do the math better. Because there has to be math on different levels of mathematical scales, and all the scale, one scale ain't for all scales. Like some things multiply, and when you add multiplication to something, anything you add multiplication to, it doubles, it triples, it quadruples. So there cannot be no one times one equals one. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's saying about that part. Because everything is like, even inanimate objects. It doesn't even matter if it's something that multiplies on its own, like a two beings. You add two beings, one bears a mom and a dad. One times one equals three. You feel me? So it's like because they make a baby, and it's like it's crazy how just there's different levels of the shit. But the way they do the platonic solids and all that other stuff, if you combine them and you make them into something more similar to the double helix, where you can see all the connections and all the rings to the ladder, then they can make more better mathematical equations. And some equations, if they don't apply to a certain place, they shouldn't be. Like if they remove one times one equaling one, it might transform the way engines are created. It might be more better or something because it's something that was and they overlooked because they didn't use that math
yeah,
part.
he
They was
created in one of his patents. He created tangential flight with the linchpin.
Yep.
Uh, and we can only do that when we're falling, right? We might have seen skydivers who do somersaults and then go this way, that way, but they're not creating.
hmm
They can't go
Helicopter
back.
can't, airplane can't. Yeah.
They
hmm
can't just go back. You jump out of an airplane, you're gonna just start falling. So
Yeah.
without control of each of the electromagnetic waves that are going through each of one of our cells, we wouldn't be able to decouple from the planet. But that's what he's saying. Anything can travel at probably above light speed if we just decouple from that electromagnetic radiation.
If you don't
You know,
resound in this resonance, then you get out.
right. Which is, explains UFOs and it explains a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, look at
That
the
flying part
linchpin.
is the equivalent of a helicopter or airplane. You could make them spin and you could make them flip, but you got to turn off the engines to make it like a helicopter, maybe flip around and do all. But if you're still flying and you're going forward and you could flip and do different directions, that's different. You know what I'm saying? That's tangential flight right there. That you could do somersaults while moving forward and spinning in different directions while moving forward. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Right, and that's based upon this math that he's rediscovered. There sometimes fear and hate or anguish or anxiety can hold us back from going towards the next level, but that's just threshold guardians, and not everybody can go to the next level. Some people, it's okay for dirt to be dirt, and it's okay for flowers to be flowers. That's so you want to plant yourself in a mature soil. You don't go to an immature soil and then plant your food. No, you just like with anything, growing mushrooms, you don't just put it in a dirt thing and expect it to go. No, you've got to do some things to make it the right kind of, you got to do the right things for the right things to happen, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Something might look like dirt, but it might be crushed wood.
Them comments. My bad, y'all.
Don't be my bad in this shit, man.
My bad, man. That's that. That's
Yo
that.
bad.
That's that.
Yo
One
bad.
times one is two. My bad. My bad. Shit.
Well, here's the thing. Technically, 1 times 1 is 2 if you take it in a matrix.
Nah, he's saying
Because it's 2. It's a 1 by 2
Terrence Howard's own math.
matrix.
You know the
It's 1 and 1.
what's it called? What are those computers called that they need super code, super code, so they can make 1 and a 0 at the same time? Those computers. Quantum. So a quantum computer can make 1 and 0 at the same time. So
It's called superposition.
it would be able to
Yeah.
tell them the future of everything. It would take algorithms to another level. It would take everything, mathematics to another. It would pass us. It would shrink us down to nothingness, like the quantum. You know what I'm saying? Quantum thought, quantum communicate. Anything that's quantum is is way past our fucking. You know what I'm saying? So they are making that. They're making this. So this is what reflects back on what Terrence McKenna was saying. Are we the like the creators of the machines, or are we just the genitals of the machine which procreates them? You feel me? Because the quantum is beyond our understanding, and it could tell us things that are on the levels that is like, yo, like, you know what I mean? They explain that shit like it could tell future like events and stuff like that, like something that they would call God. You know what I'm saying? That could know everything, know how to create things, new technologies, new stuff. Anything you ask it, like anything you wanted to learn, it will teach you. Like,
future,
you know what I'm saying?
past, present. Just everything.
Yeah, it'd be like AI on another level. Like, and yeah, when that happens, like, because I definitely think that's gonna happen. They already have quantum computers. They're just like in the beginning stages, but like eventually it'll get so good that they probably will be able to ask it a question, certain things about the future, certain ideas that things that haven't happened yet that it would know. But like, it's like, what would that do to society? That's gonna change the trajectory of reality here for like ever.
Who knows how it will affect us? You know what I'm saying? But it's something got to give. If it's movement, that's, you know what I'm saying. If anything's happening in movement, that's moving forward, and our, like, you know what I mean, as society goes, like, who cares about it? But as a species, we have to find ways to move forward. You know what I mean? And
Right.
and and do things and shit like that. But who knows, man? Society's already put on a monopoly board as we know it because we live already. We was born into the matrix like Neo, where we're already in the monopoly board. We didn't want to create a monopoly board. We know we're in the board. We're awake to the board, but we're still stuck in this board that if you don't go get this paper, you can't play.
Right.
so but it's good to know that they're trying to make stuff like they trying to reverse engineer trip reports because they want to reverse engineer the shaman. They want to make something that could be shamanistic, which will be at a press of a button, they could get the answers they want, and then use the shaman in the ways, whatever the ways they want, because they're not getting it through an interpreter or a human that could use his morals to say I shouldn't tell this person this because they don't have the right aura on them. That I shouldn't give them this information. The machine will give it to them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So
Well, really, they're just
it,
trying to go back to what was like, because the shaman was the first thing that had knowledge to give to the tribe, right? Because it was like before scientists or like doctors or like spiritual whatever existed. The shaman was like kind of all of it in one. But like it's what they've had hasn't produced enough of whatever they're looking for. Um, but hopefully by the time we get to the point of actually like when the technology is up there, hopefully our consciousness is kind of better where we're not trying to use it for necessarily bad or just use it for the knowledge or just use it, but like have it kind of be integrated into the way we live life instead.
Somebody came out with an aspirin and said, "Hey, you ain't got to go up there to the shaman. Just take these 2 Tylenol, and it'll knock that ache right
yeah,
out."
yeah.
Yeah.
Because what the shaman was doing, all he was doing was scraping a piece of the willow bark and telling you, here, chew
Yep.
this.
Yeah, yeah.
They were like, nah, don't be taking his dirty ass powder he be giving you, man. Eat this. Eat this
Man,
clean
eat
pill.
this. Eat this. They was coming with all kind of crazy stuff. Man, rub this.
Yeah.
Rub this. Rub. You got to rub a beaver tail on the bottom of your feet to get rid of athlete's foot. So, oh,
Damn.
you got rage? The only way you can get rid of rage is you got to tackle a lion. That's all.
Man. Any fool could grab a tiger by its tail, but it takes someone with courage to hold on to that motherfucker.
It's like they was coming up with all kind of weird stuff. But like I said, I bet once they start coming up with people coming up with these different medicines, it just kind of puts the shaman out the way. And the shaman was more spiritual about it. Like now, like the doctors and stuff, they don't give a fuck. Some of them don't even care. They just going, shit, here, take this, get the fuck out of my face. Deal with too many of y'all a day.
Yeah.
The, the shaman was more spiritual. You feel me? He was doing what
Yeah,
Ty said.
and it was from a close community. There's 30 people here, 40 people, and the shaman knows y'all. So when you turning left and right, he's telling you about your
Far
way. Like
cry.
he's trying to like give you the blueprints, like real quick. Like hold up, fam. Like you know what I mean? Like check this out.
Yeah, check this out.
Doctors,
Like
yeah,
like
doctors
like
don't
when
care.
you had me watch that one video of what's the old lady that was able,
Yeah.
the mushroom lady, and she said you got a bad heart. And homegirl like, wait, hold on, how you know? Like I ain't even told
Yeah.
nobody. I was keeping it a
No,
secret.
they went to the shaman dude in that one, that one about the heart. That was the shaman guy, but he was just like Maria Sabina too, in the same place in Oaxaca.
Oh,
Out there. He
okay,
was a
yeah.
shaman.
I
He's the
got
one
it
that told him where
mixed
the
up.
donkey was at, right? Where the
Yeah,
stolen
where
donkey was.
yeah, him.
That was yeah. But Maria's the one that be using all the spirits, the spiritual, the helpers, the little helpers. She calls the mushrooms like if they're little angels or something. And she speaks to all the effigies like Mary and all them. You know what I'm saying? Like she talks to all those things, like spiritual stuff. So
But
that
that was
combination of
that was
Lena,
yeah, that was weird though. It's like he didn't need no technology, no nothing, and he was
he
able to
didn't need
just
nothing.
tell.
That was a funny one too. Like that one, he was like he chewed the shrooms with them, and he knew it was kicking in when everybody started laughing. He partook with them with the shrooms. He ate some, he gave them some, and then when it was kicking in, he turned to that lady. He told her, "This there's something still wrong with your heart." And then the translator told the lady, and she was like, "What? How do you know?" He knew, he already knew there was something wrong with her heart. Her co-workers didn't know
They didn't
what the
even
shaman was
know.
talking about, but she knew. She knew that was. She was like, "Oh shit!" And then after that, he was telling them somebody came in, disrupted, and was like, "Oh, that somebody stole my donkey or whatever." Blah blah blah. He was like, "Don't worry about it. It was this dude who stole it, but don't go over there looking for it because if you go over there, they're gonna kill you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to Jorge's house, and that's where the donkey stashed at for now."
Man,
Yo, they went over there and found that shit over there at the other dude's house, and nobody was there to kill him or hurt him or nothing, and they was able to get the donkey back without nobody getting hurt over that donkey.
yeah. Cause I was seeing, they yeah, these people they get spiritual and then they go over there to Africa and try to save all the people in Africa. And that shit just tripped me out because the one lady, she wasn't a doctor or nothing. They said she walked around with the doctor coat with the stethoscope on, whatever they call that damn thing, and she was acting as a doctor. But then they said like kids was dying every week.
Oh man, get this lady out of here. She's one of them Grim Reapers is
Right.
what she was. She was a
Every week.
goddamn Grim Reaper out there killing people.
I think I think
They got
that that
nurses, they
I
got
think
movies
that's
like
the
that. You
part
know that,
that
right?
yeah, they do.
They got movies about
Yeah.
doctor ladies that are, I mean, nurses and stuff that be killing their patients on purpose in the hospital, going around smothering people and doing shit to people. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I seen one dude going around just killing old people just to take their money, work for them, and then snipe them, take them out. I'm like, going, what the hell, bro? Hey, I think we just want that control. We like everybody want a certain amount of control over reality. In reality, you can't control reality like you think you can control it. This shit will wipe your ass out.
Right.
It will wipe you down.
Oh, why
Mhm.
though?
Why?
Because we talking about something that's not at a whole yet, even though it's at a whole. 1+1 is
Yeah,
the,
for reals.
that the being that you are is not even complete yet. So we're trying to make sense of something that isn't fully sensed yet, in a certain sense.
But
Right.
I don't know. What if we was just like we just like right now, what if we was just the toenail of what we actually are?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We trying to come to some type of conclusion that's not gonna be a conclusion once we pass the conclusion.
Oh, right.
That's a nice deck out there.
But we wouldn't be able to talk about it if it wasn't already happening. So part of it is already happening.
Or already happened.
Yeah, but look
Or
on it like
right.
let's say this simulation thing that everybody talks about, right? Let's say this is what's not real. You know, when you go in and you dive in and you come back and like, holy shit, this whole shit is fake. But now we're trying to make sense of something that's fake. What if this is just a simulation where you come and you get your training, and when you go to sleep, you wake up or whatever? You could put it in any type of mathematical equation you want. You know what I mean? But this shit is just right here training you to fly your ship without crashing into some type of asteroid. I like to look
That's
at it that way.
yeah. That's a good way to look at it. But I'm going, if you are the everything, right? What do you anything that you feel like you got to learn, this is what you telling yourself that you have to learn. Because the thing that you are, it knows everything. It is everything. It's not limited to nothing. It's that too.
Every fucking it ain't even trying to figure out what we trying to figure out. Cause right now I could go smoke something and then I could say fuck everything y'all talking about.
Yeah,
And make sense.
exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Right, but it wouldn't diminish each of our experiences.
No, it
So
wouldn't.
that's the dualistic side of it. You know, these two opposing forces, one spinning to the right, one spinning to the left. They're not. It looks like a conflict, but from that conflict, everything is created.
Everything. And
This
and it's
one thing
going and that's what this is what I feel like. I feel like that thing is experiencing itself in every which way possible. Not just
Yeah.
through people, animals, through words, through thoughts, through anything that is anything.
Right.
Yeah.
So it already has all the experience. It knows everything. But that fractal of it that's being you is going, oh, I gotta, do this. I gotta do that. But these I gotta do's were here before we got here. They not like something new. This is something that we trained over time through our, over time of living, coming back and back. Oh, we trained ourselves to have all these different beliefs. But like you said, when you get to that end, you're gonna be like, dang, okay, shit. Wait, this shit wasn't even real.
Right. That's why I think it's like we could switch from I gotta do to like I wanna do, or like that would be fun to do, or that would be awesome, or why not? Like have a
Yeah.
different perspective. Because when we say we gotta do it, makes it seem like, oh man, I gotta do this.
And
Like
then if
I
you
have to
don't,
do this.
and if you don't
Right,
do it,
right,
you feel like you failed. But
right.
that's that's the beautiful part of it. Is that you can
Yeah,
create these things and do all these things. I think
right,
that's the beauty in it. Like, cause my favorite thing to do is not gonna be your favorite thing to do. We might get the same
right,
feeling out of both the things, but they're gonna be different. They're gonna be this thing and experiencing itself in the way you look at it, or the
yeah.
way I look at it. And it's weird, bro. I hate to even think like that because it's to me it's just faulty. It doesn't make sense. It's like going back to the 1 × 1 = 2. It don't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, it's just kind of is for right now. Like besides like one times like one thing, but like it just kind of is that like there's going to be things that I want to do that you don't want to do, or other people don't want to do, or things they want to do that, and it's just that kind of just is, or like
Yeah, yeah, it just is. Cause like I'll be thinking like this too, right? Like when you die, what are you gonna take with you when you go? Like
probably your mind,
in the physical sense, you can't take anything.
right?
You can take your body.
Maybe.
I think the soul. I think maybe the soul, but the
You take
soul
the
might
only
not
thing that
look
they can
like the
find.
body.
The only thing that they can find inside of you, that's the only thing you're gonna take, is your consciousness.
Yeah,
And from that consciousness, you can create anything on the other realm.
Yeah.
It
Well,
ain't matter.
when
Anything big chill.
I go. Dang. When
Whatever you
that
want.
do happen, I get there. I don't really want to take anything.
right.
Cause when I popped out of my body on DMT and I see my body laying there, it was holding on to so much baggage and luggage. I was like, what the fuck? And the baggage and
Yeah,
luggage, it wasn't Louis bags and then Adidas bags. It was ideas.
right.
Ideas that I built over time and just carried. and didn't know that a lot of them shaped how I looked at things.
Right.
Going
Yeah,
in
it's
circles.
interesting that
Yeah, going in circles. And I think
When it's
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, I said when it's actually a spiral,
What you mean?
because we are moving forward. We can't go backwards. So if we're manifesting what I'm not manifesting yesterday. I'm manifesting today. I woke up. I went to sleep. There's a progression. So sometimes we can get in the circular momentum of not going anywhere. We think we're going somewhere, like the horses running around Kentucky Derby, right? They've got these
Yeah.
blinders on to the left and the right, and they're only looking forward, but they're going in a circle, or what's ellipse or whatever.
Kind of like your yesterday and your tomorrow.
Right. It's always going to be today. Yet we are all these things.
But yeah,
We've never experienced anything outside of ourselves.
but you're right though.
Anywhere we go, that's where we are. And
The
so
blinders are yesterday and tomorrow, like this dude just said. That's what the blinders represent on the horse. Yesterday and tomorrow, the blinders where they can't see, we can't see.
Like people think we actually, you know, we just got here or we age or something like that. I think I went on a trip recently that kind of showed me how everybody just is, you know what I mean? And they never was here yesterday, obviously. Not just because of the sun and the moon bullshit. It's just you just occupy that space at all time, you know?
yeah, and telling somebody who hasn't been there, it sounds like 1+1 = 1. It's like, no, actually 1+1 = 2. Or whatever it is. It's telling somebody about sex when they never had sex, telling somebody about dropping mushrooms without ever dropping mushrooms. Like, there's no way you could really explain it until you actually go through that thing. Now, it's a part of your experience, so somebody who has had a sort of experience like that can relate to it or can pick it off of you. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You went through that. Yeah, I went through that too.
Oh, yeah.
If I see myself as just myself and I don't accept the other things in my equation, well, then I'm going to be shut off or not receptive to the rest of the equation.
Yeah, you will
But
be.
if I see myself as a part of the whole cosmos, then I'm having the cosmos is having the experience also through me, or what we're calling God, or what we're calling divinity, or the infinite, the all.
Yeah. But what I want Sun Tzu to go deeper in on the nothing exists. That we don't exist.
Yeah, kind of like to continue from what he just said, like seeing the cosmos reflect through him, then he's the cosmos. But there is also beyond the cosmos, but we only seeing the cosmos, so we only pointing to that what we see. So there's always a part of you that you don't see, even beyond the convos and the convos.
Yeah, the cosmos. It's a part of you don't see, which is weird in
You know,
itself.
and if your thoughts is bringing out your reality at all times, then it's a continuous mathematical equation and a mathematical shifts going on. So pretty much 1 + 1 = whatever anybody want to put, as long as it makes sense to the destination that you're pointing to. So it don't make sense to sit down and argue because we're following one person's mind. You know, if you could make something make sense, make it make sense. Don't try to make it everybody religion and try to show everybody how comes this makes sense and that don't make sense. Then you confuse this little thing we're trying to pierce through, you know, just to
Yes.
keep us in the just to keep us in a flux to be holding on to a light that's also not even a light, you know, because you still don't know the insight beyond that insight. You could only point to certain light, but there is more, always more. So it don't make sense we keep trying to stick a dart, throw a dart at a bullseye. The dart only opened the bullseye. Like if you go to the galactic core, there's still gonna be more to explore, you know.
Yeah.
Bars.
So we could create all types of illusions, as many as we want. But the point is to remain still. You know, Shiva says, zero is Shiva. So you got to remain zero because everything else is just, you know, asteroids or whatever title you want to put to it. Yeah, it's there, but it ain't there because it ain't you unless it is you.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
everywhere, and that's why everything is God, you know, because everything is working with your internal mathematical calculation you got going on. Some people just don't know what numbers, what they calculating, or what, because you have addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, and this and that, all types of shit. You know, so people just use that to keep everybody stuck. You know, and that's it, man. That's why these conversations don't really, we can't teleport through our conversations yet, lift us up high, but we can't breach the atmosphere because we have to hover somewhere at all fucking times. We trying to find something to hang on to and swing to the other tree, you know? We're,
yeah.
yeah.
But can you get outside? What like has anybody ventured outside of reality? Because I think no matter what reality or dimension you go in, they're all connected to the one. That's why you're able to go into them. So it's
Right.
like,
Which
can
is
you get?
true, but that's also a monkey branch as well. That's one of the monkey branches we hang
Yeah,
on to.
yeah,
You understand? That's also what I call floating, you know. All right, well, if this let's calculate. Well, I know it's beyond this, but let's try to calculate how we actually got beyond this and remain stuck. Let's stop at this pit stop for a minute until we charge up and realize, oh, okay, you know, because we're gonna figure out every question you ask. You know,
every.
so why did we even stop? You know, but it makes sense.
It makes sense, but it don't make sense.
Yeah, part of that
Yep.
empathy, part of that sweetness of emotion, part of that conversation or relationship to everything else. We understand that that is also us. So giving that some time, giving that some space, giving that some care, whatever those words mean, helps to bring the discernment from aloofness. Because if I know how everything works without a sweetness of emotion, then I don't have any skin in the game. You know, I know how everything works. I don't have to communicate. I can go sit on the top of the mountain or whatever, but you're still a part of this thing. You know,
Yeah,
True
See,
kind of
even
said,
that, even that too, that makes sense. Is also another monkey branch. You know, because this thing that we here trying to get to and what we know to be us. You know what I mean? Like it's right there inside of my head right now. Like I could see the I know the form, you know, and I know what's going on. I know the math. And it's the same as in everybody have a copy of the shit. You know what I mean? So this the reason why I even say it's a monkey branch is because you are that motherfucker. So you're not trying to figure nothing out. You're not trying to define things here. That's that's why somebody was talking about signs and shit like that the other day, like earlier today. I see walking around at work, seeing all these signs and everything got a title on it and all this shit. That was for people. That was for like, thinking we're coming from caveman era. You know what I mean? We're not supposed to have all these signs and all this shit. Once you open your mind and you look at it, it make you really see how retarded you are. Yeah. So You have the ultimate thing inside of you at all times, and you're still trying to be this thing told you you are right here. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we are not right here. So,
Uh,
yeah, you know, what I mean, you are you. You know, and that's it, man. Don't let nothing on this planet try to put a title on it. You just have to live and die, whatever that is. Just live and die and keep going. Fuck it. Don't try to grab onto nothing.
I
Experience.
see Terrence Howard. 9. You lit? You, I forgot how to say that shit. You listening?
And you say, yo, can we
Math
actually get out
theories
of
are
here?
raising eyebrows. You,
Hey, true. Earlier you said, can we even get out of here, right?
yeah,
You got out of here before, but you probably said saying that because you're back, right?
basically,
Right.
because I'm
So
back.
that so that means we never really got out of here. So there is here, right? So
Yeah,
you're just traveling. We could travel anywhere because you're not here. So how could here be there or there be here or whatever the fuck we're trying to say?
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
you everything. We just tied to this point now. This like on the like a coordination. This is your coordinates. Like your focus point right now is this thing called you or true. But you could change your focus point, you know, and that's your vessel. That's another vessel too. So it don't make sense, man. It's just that we feel like we spend more time in this flesh, so we keep on saying this shit. We keep circling because we move in circles, just like everything around us. We in a little daze, a little whatever they call it. So it ain't nothing. We programmed to have these silly conversations over and
Euclidean.
over the same thing every day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Euclidean.
And
The
every day it makes sense.
Euclidean
The
math
same shit makes
theories.
sense every day.
He said, Pi May say, I see Terrence Howard's non-Euclidean math theories are raising eyebrows. Thanks, African. I thought it was Euclidean. The L was silent. I don't think it raised my eyebrow, but because we ain't here right now. Like you said, here is not even a thing because you are
The question
everywhere.
the question is what's happening right now? Why is this my focus point right now?
Or how? How did I get to this point?
How I can see, because this is my focus point right now, so I could see how. That's the how, because I'm seeing this bullshit. That's how. You know what I mean? Because I could push my hand out and touch the glass. That's how I got here. Because I believe that I'm touching the fucking glass. Because they told me that shit. Yeah.
Then you find out you're not even touching it. It's still an air pocket in between that you can't see. But still, I think that throw people off, man. When you say everything, oh, nothing really exists.
Maybe because your focus point can pierce through anything. So
Well,
to exist meaning it's physical, right? So if you could go through something, then why would you call? Some people might say that it ain't physical. So that means this ain't even real. I guess that's how some people, spiritual people, come to that end point.
yeah,
Focus
nothing
point would be
exists.
your orb, like your light body.
Nothing exists is a double entendre. The nothing is happening is another way to say it. Nothing,
right.
the nothing is happening, and it seems like a conundrum. In Hindu or in India, they call it Shiva. Shiva just literally means that which is not. So not to have a form, not to have a body, not to have a physical presence. So it's
Yeah,
hard
bro.
for us to talk about it because talking is a physical presence. Doing,
Right.
talking is doing, and that's a physical presence. But the physicality came from non-physicality is another way to say that.
Yeah, it's a complete paradox.
No matter how smart I might think I might sound to myself, I gotta bow down to my higher self as my master. You know what I mean? Because that shit talk to me and it tells me and it shows me. You know, not something else. It's still me. Yeah. But this consciousness is on some other shit.
Yeah. The
But
totality, go ahead, True.
no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say the totality exists now, right? The end point exists now. So that's how we can get visions of heaven, visions of bliss, visions of, or experiences of heaven, experiences of bliss, experiences of where everything is one and there's no conflict, to say it. Well, that we can experience that and perceive that because that end state also exists within the now. It's just our perception of it. Like saying gravity, like saying spears and guns and hate and anguish and all these different things. There's just different representations of the same thing, which is one.
Oh, that is weird though. When you say it like that, that's hella weird.
And that word weird was created in our timeline by this dude or this group of people called Shakespeare. Created over 1,200 words, and weird was WYRD and relates to fate. It's a way of describing fate. So if we say something's weird, it's tied to our fate.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Shakespeare created a lot of shit, man.
Right.
Yeah, and look at us. We've created what cool to, instead of a temperature, now it's what's another way to just cool? It's like acceptable.
Yeah.
Instead of being cold, it's like relatable or swag, or so like Sun Tzu said, the algorithm is constantly going on. We're still building this math. It's an ongoing math. If 1 times 1 equals 1, then there'd be no math. There would be no ongoing creation. That we wouldn't be able to talk. So it's okay that these things are updated, and some people aren't going to like it. You draw a fucking yellow line. Some people aren't going to like yellow. Some people aren't going to like lines. That's just that not here nor there, but it's just cause and effects to these things. And so rooting in the mature soil of who you are has been established throughout everything that's ever happened in all the universes. So that's where we should put our roots to grow our fruits, not in somebody else's middleman representation, because if we're following the middleman, then that's who we're following. We're not following the source, right? The plug charges you an extra fucking point, and so now you're paying the point always until you go to the source.
The source. The source will be God.
God, Allah, Buddha, Krishna,
And
Jehovah.
God would be you.
You.
Right.
Man, you can't say that. You can't say that.
The you inverse, right? You guys are me pushed out.
Oh.
You're also
Ooh.
you are me with a conversation in verse, in a verse like a verse like a chorus, a verse. You're writing lines, you're writing raps, you're writing poems or whatever. So it's the you in communication with itself, basically, which creates then 2 or 3 or 4 or infinite.
Right.
The you is writing a story right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it's crazy because the story was already here. It just said, "Oh, I like this part, and this part, and this part, this part." Yeah, the way he jumped over that car, I need that.
And the you was already here too.
Yeah,
Oh,
sometimes you'll go through a whole day where it'll just fly by. It's like, I did a bunch of shit today, but I don't even remember. Like, here I am sitting on the couch. I thought I was doing things.
man.
But you have that struggle, and the day you're looking at the clock, and the thing is barely ticking. You're so focused on every single sensation, and it's like time is just dragging.
Oh my God, that be, and then as soon as you get down to that last couple of minutes, it seems like that should be an hour.
Right.
You are everything, every sound you hear, every person you see, every particle that has ever existed. But that's
so in a way, all these points are pointing back to us. We've never experienced something outside of ourselves, so putting our perspective, putting our experience onto somebody else is okay, but it might drag you. You might be thrown for a loop. And you might have an opportunity to then get off that loop and start spiraling, to go forward. But sometimes we'll take what somebody else gives us and without checking it, go and see if, just start living that as truth. Until you start.
That is wild that when you said that, because I was thinking, when I said, can you get outside of this? So when I say this, what if this is just me? So the outside of me, which would probably be you. Like, can I go outside of me and, I wonder if that.
I am living outside of you in a way, but I'm also living inside of you in a way.
No homo.
These words are happening. These words are happening, going through the Discord, being transmitted through electricity, and then arriving at your ears. So everything you've ever experienced is inside of you.
And yes, it's possible to see through your eyes.
Yeah, everything you see is inside of you. Everything you hear, you smell.
In a way you can, and in a way you can't. It's dualistic. So in the totality, all experiences are known. But in the interim, like, there's carbon, and there's trees, and there's grass, and there's sex, and there's babies, and flowers, and good things and bad things, and it's all just this kind of one thing. But everything, even chaos, is known. If it came from this one thing, if chaos came from this one thing, then even chaos is known in its totality. Yeah. It's just allowing itself to be so different every single interaction that it looks like it's not known.
I don't even. You going in and out. You fractalizing. You fractalizing, son, so we didn't even hear you. I don't even think good or bad exists.
No.
I think that's something we created.
Yes.
Right. Like, good or bad is not even,
That's like just saying that the shadow is bad and the light is good, but that's just a perspective. But the polarity exists, the yin and yang exists, but that doesn't mean the yang is bad.
Yeah.
It's just, sometimes we just put these labels on these things.
Yeah, because what's crazy, Mark, is like, I remember I had an experience where I seen the yin and the yang, and the one thing that I recognized about it was when you look at the white line, it has a black eye. When you look at the black line, it has a white eye.
Right.
So it's like almost like they're just a reflection of each other or something. I don't know.
Right. Right. No, all of them, like the dark has a little bit of light and the light has a little bit of dark. Like it's never just fully dark. It never just fully light. It's interesting.
Very, very interesting. Well, African said, I took a DMT micro trip this morning and go audio distortions of a long beat. Hey, I gotta look like this because my glasses. I took a DMT micro trip this morning and go audio distortions of a long beat. Two buzz saw like sounds in a steady frequency similar to ringing in the ears. Not sure what to make of those. Yeah, you'd took a little bit more, you broke through.
Yup. Yeah, I was about to say would have got louder and louder and then boom.
Boom. You're there.
Fuck yeah.
I like when it comes to DMT, I'm going, dang, bro. Once I start, it's like I have to go all the way. Like I don't care how scary it gets or whatever. It's like I still got to go all the way. I got to try to make it happen.
I experimented with some microdoses for a while with it, but it helped me like I feel like it helps like balance my mind for the day. Like it was just a good way to balance the mind and
Let's
like kind of be more zened out through the day. But like obviously I had my deep experiences with it too, but I just wanted to see what the microdoses was because back then people were talking about microdosing, but I never did LSD or mushrooms at that time. So I was like, huh, I wonder, if I can microdose with DMT. So I would just try that for a while.
Yeah, that make me wanna. We all should microdose right now and see what happens. Let's go, African 2102. Let's let's just microdose right now, just to see what happens. I haven't eaten anything. Wonder how would that see now? See, yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see what happens. I remember I forgot what happened when when I did microdose DMT back in the day. It was so long ago.
Mm.
I know everything be beautiful. The whole day be
Right.
lit. See?
I got a little bit.
That was good.
What up? Dre,
Yes.
what do you think about 1 times 1 equaling 2?
No comment.
What? No, Dre, you can't do that, Dre. You can't.
He said I played the fifth.
Oh no, Dre, bro, that's you. You can't do that. You have to have some type of something.
I have to be part of one
The
of
click.
the gang.
Yeah, basically. He like, nah, I ain't touching that one with a long handle spoon.
I think it's subjective. Everything is situational and subjective. If we're talking about, if we're talking about made up numbers, maybe. If I give you an apple, nah.
Oh, I can dig that. Okay, that would be about right. I remember every time I used to look at this stuff, bro, I used to, ooh, wait, you damn near trip just looking at DMT.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's like it show you what's gonna happen because it already know what you're about to do.
You still alive?
Huh? Yeah,
Are you
yeah,
still alive?
yeah, we still lit.
Did you figure out the equation?
Yeah, I didn't.
Didn't.
Yeah, I didn't.
I didn't think you would.
It's not something to figure out. It's just something to argue about.
Y'all love to argue.
And you know it.
It's good to argue sometimes. Like if everyone's respectable about it, it helps the
Yeah,
mind.
yeah. And I don't even, because I really tell the truth, I don't give a fuck. And that's what it really boils down to. But it's good. It's something good to just talk about, though.
It was interesting.
Yeah, it was.
What at the 1+1?
Yeah.
It's
That's
all
it.
about where it led us to.
Yeah, it led us to here. It led us to me
To the grocery
packing.
store.
It led us to me packing my DMT pipe. That's where it led us to.
Yeah, come tell these motherfuckers what's going on.
Excuse me.
Getting it ready and wait,
Reporting live from the multiverse.
From the multiverse. And it's wild because oh man, I know how to use it now, so it's like it's a beautiful thing.
Reporting live from nothing.
Where everything is everything.
This land is your land. This land is my land.
Orders and rules and stipulations and boundaries and all that shit limit you as an individual. You're not an individual.
Right.
Complexity.
If you think I am, just hurry up and take my life.
Can't be done. What you are, no earth can cover. What you are, no fire can burn. What you are, no water can drown.
It's trippy how if you take a life, no one actually gets anything.
Yeah, what are you taking? Like cutting off your finger in a way. I mean, we could all point to it, but you're the one who's got to go through it. Morpheus said it. I can show you the door, but you're the one who has to walk through it. Like, like cheerleaders in a way.
I started listening to an audiobook on Seneca, like his writings.
Oh,
Yo, it's trippy how like Rome, like 2,000 years ago, man, it was pretty much modern day shit, except it was just a little bit more violent. They just had murder out in the open. It was smelly, it was crappy, there was injustice going around all the time. They didn't even have a police. Like you had to hire people to be your personal police to enforce your own justice.
damn.
But at the same time, people were doing the same kind of things. People had the same kind of anxieties. Like I used to think someone who's got like social anxiety, someone who's like afraid of talking in public or whatever, who like starts shaking or gets all like flustered when he has to talk to like a group of people, like how you had some people like that in front of a class, like when you're giving a presentation. Bro, they had that shit like 2,000 years ago, before the whole concept of social like anxiety. And it's like all you had back then is socializing. All you had was talking to people. And you still had people who would like get completely red and flustered and could not address a group of people. But yet, and he even said like uh the account of one dude who was like an impressive military person, very combat skilled, amazing at leading like troops and everything. But when it was the time to give a speech, this dude froze up. Like he was like shaking, stuttering. He couldn't do it.
Yeah. In my research, it comes from us bringing something to a group and then having them kill us for what we said. You know, the possibility that I would no longer have my life, my physical life anymore because of the words that I'm saying.
You gotta own that shit.
He said there was even like people who would like attempt to train people to be able to speak in public or to like remove that. And he said you could make them sort of comfortable, but that anxiety is always going to be there. It's something that's like innate when you're born. Like some people are born to speak, some people are born to do.
So what you're saying is like a certain trajectory already, you know, the finality, the totality are already exists in in the seed. The tree already exists in the
Probably
seed.
some kind of snowball effect of something that happens early on and it like forces the shape of that snowball to be like that no matter how many like times it rolls down the hill and it gathers snow. But see, that's the type of thing that a psychedelic ego reset would actually fix. That's what I personally believe.
Yeah, through psychedelics or through yoga meditation, we can start to see what's or experience what's actual factual instead of the projections we're putting onto it. We think things are one thing until we go through it. It's like, oh, that wasn't like that.
I can co-sign on the yoga, man. I've experimented on it like personally. Like some days I let myself like not do anything. Some days I'll do some stretches, some yoga, like loosen up the entire body. And it actually gives you a whole different like vibe when you're communicating or when you're carrying yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yoga's
it's
only,
definitely.
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say yoga's only established and mature as it is because they broke off of Africa, got shoved up into Asia, and then had the Himalayas now as a natural wall, which stopped most of the invasions from just demolishing their entire civilization. If it's easy to travel by land, then you know the invading forces are going to have an easier time. So they were just sitting around for thousands of years saying, "You're a god, you're a god, I'm a god, this is a god," you know, like total psychedelic, you know, talking about soma and uh, the different aspects of the body. You know, this the mature language, the mature experience was able to be passed down because of that natural kind of barrier. So it's not that barriers are bad or limits are bad. It just helps you to define what actually is.
Right.
which is in a way unnameable, and which is in a way like almost ineffable in a way. Like, how did this happen? We give it names and give it algorithms and say that that's how it is, but you know, it also exists outside of just those algorithms or just those names. Like you were saying earlier, I'm not just a human. I might be, you could call me that, but that's not what I am. Like Sun Tzu was saying, you were not. Besides, in my appropriation, Sun Tzu was saying, "You are not the body, you are not the mind." Well, a bunch of different people have been saying that, and then in different kind of ways too. So yoga, it just seems more mature, just because they've haven't got demolished like the rest of. Yeah, I'm sure what's secret in Africa is still secret in Africa. What's handed down in Japan is still handed down in Japan in certain things.
See, yoga is not just yoga. Yoga is years and umpteen amount, hundreds of years and thousands of years of stuff. So when you can single something down with a few words, it helped them from the flux we're trying to create just by saying yoga. Because once they say yoga, then you seek yoga. Some people might not realize it ain't even as you ain't got to look at all them years I just mentioned. So they just it just deterred them from the start, you know. So they never get
Yeah,
there.
And yoga is interesting because the yoga, when you say yoga, some people just think the, modern yoga, but the original yoga was like this whole crazy spiritual practice where like they would do a lot of these yoga poses to like help, like there was this something about some fluid in their pineal gland or some shit where like it would help them reach these certain states. So then they would hold these like positions to reach these certain like conscious states, elevated states of mind. And it was like a balance of like gaining mental strength, entering these states, doing this thing, but like we kind of lose some of the substance from it when we like transfer it from one place to another. Because like the original yogis were like yogi masters, so like they did this whole practice with it instead of it being like something you do like on the weekends type shit or something. Like it was a lifestyle
right,
to them.
right. Yoga literally means union or to
Mm,
unite. Uh, Shiva means that which is not. So looking at the etymology will yield more than what has been appropriated. You know, Western culture tends to pick and choose and put things on the plate and then try to make it all one. But in a way, it is all one, but that's not how it got to that point. You know, there's lots of different people who have handed down and had that life experience transmitting these experiences, which can be transmitted, but you've also got to go through it as well. Like, you're
right.
right. It's not just something that you do on a Sunday. It's not just something you do whatever, whatever. Like, it's a total holistic approach.
Yeah.
Like, this moment is inevitable. This moment is inevitable. This moment is inevitable. Um, we can be a mother to the world. Um, some of the and doing it is kind of different than saying it, right? It's easy to talk. Talking the talk is different than walking the walk.
Right.
And so when you start doing those, start doing yoga, start doing psychedelics, start meditating, start lifting weights, you'll find that there's a greater balance to your whole system. Like we've been shown that, lifting weights as you age is better for your bones, or
Right.
deep breathing to your stomach actually gets more oxygen and moves the whole system. So
Right.
what you're talking about, the two sides, Ida and Hindu, or whatever language I'm speaking, I don't know exactly. It's Ida and Pingala. So Ida would be the feminine side, the moon side, the left side of the body, and Pingala would be the masculine, the right side of the body. And then there's a middle channel called Sushumna. So we can, by doing different exercises, by doing different breathing practices, you can incorporate, just like a curl, a bicep curl, you can start to incorporate these natural structures that have just been identified. It's been, yeah, we call it a name. That's not exactly what it is, right? The name isn't the thing, but by going there, you can start to incorporate those into your approach.
Right, right. And I guess that's probably why the Western society does it the way it does, because like it does kind of pick and choose from these certain things, but like I guess people are just trying to do what works for them type shit. So like yoga might not be for every, or the original yoga might not be for best for the Western society. That's why they pick and choose parts of it. And kind of the same thing with everything. But like I think it's just we missed that thing where when all of these ideas were created, from yoga to shamanism to working out, like just all of it, it's like they were all part of this thing of like the person who works out, he like makes it part of his life. But then it's like we get the idea where maybe we'll just work out once a week and then, just kind of ignore all the other aspects of it. And you can still get in shape that way. Working out once a week is better than not working out at all. Doing the Western society type of yoga, you know, is better than not doing any yoga at all. But it's just, I guess it's just kind of doing what works for you.
Right. I don't know if there is a cookie cutter way to go through life. Even Kalindi said, I used to think psychedelics were for everybody, but after traveling the world, I realized that psychedelics aren't for everybody. And sometimes we want that broad stroke to where let's get to the shortcut, let's get to the end without going through all the stuff. Well, that might not be the way. Let me get the fruit without having a root.
Right.
If you're not rooted deep within the earth, then any kind of wind is just going to shut you down, blow you off your foundation. So you'll
Yeah.
never be able to fruit if, wind comes around. So having those strong roots, having that strong foundation will help you. That's why in yoga, they, don't talk about these ecstasies right away, right? If they did, people would be skipping to the last chapter and just doing that thing.
Ooh,
Well,
right.
foundation, yeah, the foundation is important. The stability is important. Balance is important.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
And if all these things, including my mind and my body, are tools, then it's how I'm using them that really makes a difference. It's not the tool that's doing the thing; it's how I'm using the tool, right? Because if I'm a novice and I'm using a knife, the first time I cut something, I might, if not aware, if not strongly holding that tool, then I might stab myself, stab somebody else. I might cut my finger off. And then, so after, cutting the carrot 10,000 times, it's not like the first time I cut the carrot. So you have this mature, this experienced, and that's not saying it's good or bad. It's just a result from the cause and effect. Same with
Right.
yoga. Same with science. I could use a knife in a good way, quote, and I could, quote, use it in a bad way, but it's still going to work. It's going to work every single time, no matter my intent.
Yeah.
And so by doing, like, with using yoga, with using psychedelics, with using these tools, it's how we're using them.
Right. Oh damn. Wish I didn't have to, but I gotta go.
I appreciate you. Have a beautiful day.
You too, bro, and everyone else.
You ain't ready.
You ain't
Shit.
ready.
God damn.
What's going on,
Oh
fool?
shit.
How was
doing,
that,
man?
True? Are you coming back?
Yo, BG out in here still acting like Kristen clone, man. They clone Tyrone. Using Kristen's face, just sneaking
Yeah.
into
Whoa,
the.
everything is hella HD right now. Why I got my
Oh,
sweater
you
on?
on? You on one, huh?
Oh shit, bro.
That's what's up. That's fire.
DMT? Nah, bro. I was up. Mushrooms ain't
DMT.
fucking with DMT, bro. It's
That's
just
what people say.
God
Depending
damn.
on which one you on at the time, that's the one that people ain't fucking with, man.
That shit is crazy wicked. I'm still kind of there right now to where you can, bruh, you can see reality overlaid on top of that reality, but it's like, what the fuck was that shit? I don't know what the fuck to call that damn thing because it was so many different things within the thing that it was what the fuck, bro.
If it's if the CGI is internet, then our world is Ethernet. So it's like
Man, god damn.
Kaleidoscope.
And everything is just like so clear right now, but god damn, bro. No, it's nothing close. Yeah, it's a
yeah, but
whole
everybody
different.
it depends on what you on at the time. Like if you was just off of a high dose of shrooms, then you'd be like, yo, there's nothing fucking with shrooms. And if you was on a high dose of MAOI or
No.
something else and fucking with this, it
Yeah,
doesn't, you know what I mean?
it would seem like that, but hands down, bruh. Hands down, bro. DMT is like, man, it's the flim flam
that's just rocket
shizzle.
ship, man. That's the straight rocket ship.
I can't even like what was.
Especially you, like you know what I mean, because you're already initiated. So taking DMT is an immediate. You feel me? You're using it to its full potential.
And bro, every time I just kept going back and back just now the same way. Like I kept going back. I don't know. It was this fucking gesture being and it was creating some it was like I don't know what the fuck to call this shit because it was stacked on stacked on stacked on stacked on stacked on stacked.
Overlay.
But each stack, it was something else going on with like in that square. In that square,
when
like
you
say
got a
if they
bunch of
stacked a
applications
gang of
open.
boxes, but on the like the boxes had different entities growing out of each box.
Like applications, like a bunch of apps open at the same time.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, bro? That's just fucking crazy. It remind me of Spider-Man too, the way Spider-Man suit be. Cause you be seeing this shit like that, but it don't be that color, it just be like dark. And fuck, bro. That shit is it's make me go, I'm gonna do it again. I gotta do it again. But I think I kept going because I was like, you know, when you start coming down, it's like it's wearing off, and it's like, hold on, if I take another dose, it's gonna keep me like right there. But every time I took another dose, it pushed me a little deeper, and then a little deeper, to where I know if I'd have hit it one more time, oh yeah, I would have broke all the way through, and I don't know what the fuck a breakthrough is, but goddamn, if that wasn't a breakthrough.
I can't imagine if my brothers had everything straight like that. They didn't have to worry about working or nothing like that. Like had all the shit put together, and then just had time for DMT or psychedelic stuff to experience it on levels like that you're using it all the time. And it's like it's like you're able to be the shaman that everybody knows the shaman's a little crazy. They don't bother him in his work though, because he gets answers to shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there's nothing about it that you know what I mean. If you can figure it out, it eventually gives its secrets to us. You know what I'm saying?
It's almost like having, say, if you took the whole universe, everything, and just put it on the computer screen, But when you looking on that computer screen, you can tell and be whatever is on that screen, but it's the whole universe, bro. That shit is fucking weird, bro. That shit is... Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm about to wait like a couple minutes now. I'm just do it again. Cause and then when you come out though, you see the overlayment. You can still see that in this. But the part that is playing in this will be like colors.
I didn't know, man. I didn't know what. I didn't know. I was like, yo, what is the point of reality? Why do I stub my toe? If all this shit is somehow procedurally generated as I look around and created, how come I stub my fucking toe? Why do I get frustrated about things? Why does things happen? It's like confusing. But at the end of the day, like I said, like the more we fuck with psychedelics, the more answers that are personal answers that come to you, and like not even answers. There are some things don't need answers. Some things are just understandings that you just get an understanding with something. Like you feel me?
Bro, I don't even need my glasses right now. That's how open shit is right now. I don't even need nothing. Looks blurry or anything. It looks just
yeah. Fixing my eye socket, but
it's like, whoa, bro, that shit is DMT is the goddamn.
Because
like even bro, it was like I was looking at everything, bro. That this like you can't even. It's like I was looking at everything, like, and I'm not just saying everything that's in front of me. I'm saying everything. It was like I was looking at everything, and it was just pulsating, and I'm like looking at it, and I'm going, how the fuck can I see everything? How can I see everything? How is this? Even what the fuck, bro? Hell no. No. And it wasn't even. Ooh-wee. No.
So true. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Bro.
I was hearing Exile talk the whole time, and it was pulsating.
So does like the DMT like program you?
I don't know. I don't know if it program you. I know it it's a I don't know what the fuck to call it, bro. That shit is trippy.
Only thing that can program us is
we program ourselves.
Images. People try to feel as images and words to program us, but because we're easily programmable in that direction, but you could break free of all that stuff. And one of the things that helps you break free is psychedelics and stuff like that, because they let you see the connections and things, and how sometimes, you know, your gut feeling is right sometimes about certain things, and sometimes you're wrong, but mushrooms can expand your consciousness in ways. Like, yo, that's the funny thing is, why would they show me that reality itself can be blacked out and erased everything, and then they could put a new reality that I could scrutinize it and look at everything like, what the fuck, and it'll disrespect the shit out of my eyeballs and my perception, and then go back to this reality and then have me questioning, like, if this reality is that easy to transform just by me because I took shrooms, like, what is this reality even what it really is? Like, what the fuck? How can that shit was easy for it to deceive my perception of everything? Like, I could see through the walls, things like that, or just seeing somewhere else that it's not here.
There was
somewhere else.
Like, man, just seeing these squiggly lines, and then the squiggly lines being existence, but you can read it and you can tell that's what it is, but it's like, fuck, bro. Yeah, I gotta do that again. I have to. I'm gonna wait a little bit, then I'm gonna go back. Cause
when the squiggly lines kick in, that's when I know the shrooms. It's time for me to lay down and turn off the lights when I see the squiggly lines.
Yeah, so, that's what I did. When I
the crazy thing is, the shrooms lasted so long.
But this is the thing, though, right? The squiggly lines was lines, but it was this lady with wings it was like a lady with wings, but you couldn't see like like no colors. It's just these so-called like whitish like bluish lines that's like breathing, but then when it breathed and it breathed out and it come in and it breathed out, you can see the lady. This lady with like fucking butterfly like almost wings, and it breathe. It was like going back and forth, but she wasn't like no like no lady. She had like a fucking great alien like head.
Oh man.
Like that shit is trippy, bro. That was fascinating. That was because it just
I can
kind of
imagine
kept
what you were
switching.
seeing. Like her wings were moving as as it was breathing.
Yeah, they was going out and in, but she
Yep,
had like a
I've
ant,
seen something like that.
like an
I've
ant
seen
type
something. I've
head
seen a
though.
butterfly like that.
But she had like an ant type head, not like a gray alien, but it was like almost like an ant, bro. Like that shit.
Well, I can't say I've seen the head, but I've seen the motion of the butterfly wings like that. It just kind of in and out,
Man.
in and out. So pretty.
Yeah, Zai, you gotta be careful, cause I'm coming back every time.
Be careful.
He said,
What,
y'all
man?
gotta be careful. Too many
Gotta go deep,
psychedelics, and you
man.
won't be
You
able to
ain't
get
even go,
back to this reality. Now
you
that's
ain't even go deep
it's a
enough,
mind thing,
man.
bro.
Drew's already left this reality.
You
He's
feel
in
me?
6
It's
different ones
You
all the
ain't,
time.
every
ain't even
time.
got nowhere, man. You ain't even gone nowhere yet. We still waiting on you to go.
Man, yeah, but I don't. The fears
Oh,
of
so you
what.
don't like my picture?
Snap. Hey,
And I
yo,
ain't saying
listen.
that can't happen, cause it probably did happen to a few people, but I'm not one of those ones.
This diagnosis is already that happened to certain
Famous
people.
last words.
It's an expansion of
I'll
when
be
you,
fine. I can
you know,
stop
you already
whenever I want.
like society itself is the psychedelic the mind has already been closed off a little bit. So for the most part, people have been diagnosed with a lot of things, and we already know so far that the mushrooms expand whatever it is in your mind consciousness. So they unfold
Yeah,
things. You know what
me
I mean? And
too.
some people
I
have
know
already
something
been
too, Zai.
diagnosed or undiagnosed certain things that when they go in there, you know what I mean? It's like shit could happen. You know what I'm saying? But as far as anybody else who's already taken shrooms and already tested them, you don't just test them on a high dose. You test them out and you go through micro doses and you see how your body goes with that shit. But if it works for you, there's nothing that's gonna happen to you no matter how high you go.
Yeah,
No
and
matter how high you.
and I'm just a witness. I'm not a.
Mm.
I'm just a witness to what is going on, to what my body is seeing. And I know people can get lost in it because there's a couple people that I know that was stuck for like months after an experience. I ain't saying it can't happen, but
Stuck what? Stuck talking about they don't want to do it again, or because they ain't never gonna be stuck in the trip
they were
zone.
stuck in the psychosis. You feel me, or whatever they call that shit. But I mean, damn, you can take too many motherfucking Tylenol and be stuck and kill yourself. So I'm just saying, hey, it is what it is. But people need to be careful. Just not
Nah,
me.
listen, like I said, that shit somebody already had pre-diagnosed psychosis shit going on that shit unlocked that shit on them. So it's like people don't just get stuck in that shit. Like that don't
Yeah, I
happen.
don't get. Yeah, I don't get stuck because I don't. The fears is like I can hear them all day, but I don't let them guide me no more. You know how you had them experiences to where it felt like I was gonna be stuck, and I used to get
But that
spooked.
felt that too. Listen, I felt like I was gonna have some type of autism or some type of something because I went through all the phases of
That's mom.
I couldn't talk, my words wasn't coming
Yeah,
out
don't get a
twisted.
lot.
I was
Don't get loud.
slurring. You feel me? Like all the different and
Close the
it
door,
also gives you the clarity of mind to be able to conquer these. So I'm thinking, oh, these are these symptoms that people experience as autism or experience as psychosis or experience as whatever, and we go through every one of them. It fortifies our brain and all those. It's like training, like going to go
Yeah.
Learning,
That's
teaching, getting teached from a sensei on how to avoid psychosis. You learn through the psychedelic trips, and then you fucking your brain is somehow it's training grounds for your mind.
nah. It's all it's. I think it's almost like everything. You know how a person can get stuck into gangbanging, or a person can get stuck into, you feel me, into the government shit. Like your mind can get caught up in these realities in so many different ways. It's already doing that. It don't take a drug for a person to get caught in one of those systems.
Yo, listen,
Yeah,
it don't take a drug for a person to be crazy and out of their rabbit ass mind, but them drugs ain't gonna make you crazy and out of your rabbit ass mind. That's what I'm saying. They don't make you like that. You have to be like that. You have to
yeah,
Already.
it's
already.
like the lady, like in the Matrix, the lady in the red
Happens to be
dress.
one.
You're going towards a certain point, and then a little fucking glimmer, oh, something shiny, throws you off fucking where you're trying to go.
One. Yeah.
And you get stuck into that loop of, oh, now this is real. Red dresses, gang banging, mechanics,
Yeah.
psychedelic, whatever it is. You think that that's the thing, and there's nothing else. Well, that you're just not being receptive to your own self, not being receptive to the whole cosmos. In some way, you're shutting off your experience, which
And
is
you,
allowed,
yeah,
right?
it
But
is. It is. But that's the thing. That's the crazy part about this thing. It's gonna go all. It's gonna happen all those different ways, regardless of what people say. It's gonna
Yeah,
happen
bro.
all
We're
those
all in the
ways.
amusement park. You're in the amusement park and you're on a roller coaster and you see people on the Ferris wheel. Stop worrying about what they're doing over there in the Ferris wheel, bro. That's a different ride. They're on a different
Mason
ride right now
Brothers.
in life. Everybody's on a different ride in life. Some of us are on the same ride. Some of us
Yeah,
are not.
yeah, but the way my mind works is totally different. It's just different. It's different. It's like you go through shit in life and be prepared for certain shit. And
Hell
everybody
yeah.
don't be prepared, or they do, but it don't hit everybody the same, bro. I remember they used to tell me I couldn't do mushrooms every day. If I did, then it would not be as strong the next day or 3 days later. And I did it, and it was like that wasn't correct to me.
right.
Like it never was not loud to me. It don't matter if I took 1 gram, 2 grams, 1.5. It was always heavy. It hit me heavy. So I
That
don't
that
know.
that
Or
unfolded, huh?
it's kind of way like you're following your own self organization. You're following that breathing in and breathing out, which only you are doing
Yeah.
to to your best, efficient, most compatible way of operating the breathing in and breathing out, the doing of the thing. And somebody might tell you how to do it, but until you go do it, you might find that that's not right for you or that's not wrong for you. Like, and by doing those things, you'll find it out. Like, oh yeah, like hey, this actually wasn't correct. So you come back and then say something to somebody who hasn't gone through that experience or thinks things are supposed to be in a certain way. Well, that causes that confusion or conflict within that other person until
Yeah,
they
for
go through and
reals.
experience that one thing.
Yeah, for reals. You ready,
Now,
Charles?
see,
Yo,
the
even if
perfect example
yo,
was see, I tend to breathe as well, and me and X got together. I was showing X my breathing technique, which can be through the roof, and X has more of the traditional approach of breathing slower. You know, we both get to the same place, but I have a different technique, and actually through witnessing X's technique, I now actually start to breathe slower. So I'm adapting my breathing technique a little more akin to his.
Yeah. So now that you got like 30 minutes and you got that out the way, do you got your device ready? You use your technique. I'm gonna use my technique, and we gonna both dive in, and then we gonna come back.
yo, yo, check
Oh,
out this
oh,
thing.
see, go ahead,
Uh,
Descent.
no, I just
Go
wanted to
ahead.
make an analogy of what y'all talking about because just to lock it all into one analogy is like everyone, even if they went to the same place, they would have a different perspective even on the same thing, and it made me think of a train, like the conductor's perspective, the ticket master's perspective, if he's at the back door, at the back window watching, like, looking at the tracks behind the train, and then the passengers on the left side and on the right side, they're all in the same train, but they all see different perspective of where they're going, where they're looking at, the way to get there, what they seen. Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's just, it varies on small little fractions of differences that make a big difference of what you're looking at and how you see things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's very true. Because I just killed the El Gordo before we left on the train. So whoever's sitting next to me is about to be gas bombed. I hate to say it. That's a different perspective right there.
Don't eat egg salad if you plan to ride the bus.
Dang.
But no, Charles, I know you got time. We should go, Charles. We should go.
So, all right, so I'm dropping in, and all right, so what I'm hearing basically is what we're trying to do a timed Dimitri trip.
Yeah.
Okay, who are going in?
Synchronicity, yo.
Me and you.
Yeah. Okay.
I just got back, but I'm already ready to go again.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear it.
Oh, did you? He said, I just got back.
Hey, yo, how
I'm
do I
ready
do
to hop
screen
again.
share?
How do you screen share?
Yeah.
Down at the bottom.
Tap
Yeah.
your yeah, and
Tap
it'll show
your
you
screen.
right there.
Yeah.
You'll see the little X on the camera, and you could uncross that X, and that'll open your camera. There you go.
Yeah.
Right, but I wanted to screen share from my phone so y'all can see something.
Oh, that's what I'm
okay.
saying. Right in the middle, you'll see a little. It look like. Oh, I don't. You on the phone?
Oh, he's talking a screencast. He talking screencast, not just sharing.
Yeah, you share your screen.
When you see the buttons on the bottom, you got to scroll up, and then the second option down is share your screen.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like on the phone.
Yeah,
Oh, that
you
boy
scroll up.
Zendon got huge.
You got to scroll up.
Man.
You can scroll up and share.
Walking now.
He walking up on the screen.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. You can't do nothing, Charles.
He trying to Debo folks. I know he.
That's the wait till you get older, huh? You gonna be doing the same thing. Just pop in. Yeah, there you go, right there. What you sharing?
Yeah, he's about to. He's going through it.
No, I see he got it right there, but I want to know what he's sharing because I can't pop it in on the live unless I know what it is first. If it's like something from YouTube or
Instagram.
If it's copywritten material or somebody else's material, we can't share it on YouTube.
yeah, I just can't share it. Everybody else can watch it, or I just gotta know because I'll just mute it until it's over.
Instagram. It's my Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
I can
I'm
do
seeing
that.
the Oregon with the Is my man got his headpiece on there?
Throw me down, cuz.
Yeah, he got a crystal in his hair.
Okay.
He had a crystal in his hair. He was putting his crystal to his hair to the
To
pyramid.
his head, to the pyramid.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's dope right there.
It seemed like it'll be.
That shit went from forehead to crystal to
to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, it went through the pyramid though. Yeah, that is wild.
Yeah. Sure.
That's why Kalindi said that he felt that the sarcophagi, they didn't find nobody. There's never been found a body in any pyramid ever. The bodies have always been found in burial sites. You know what I'm saying?
That
So
is
the
wild.
pyramid,
Wait, let
he
me
said
turn
they
the
have a
sound
sarcophagi in the pyramid that is big enough for a bull, but it had a piece missing to it. He felt that it was for a man to climb into that sarcophagi, to go into zones and to use the energy from the pyramid to travel through space.
Yeah.
Travel.
Napoleon supposedly went and sat in the king's chamber, and then when he came out, he didn't ever tell anybody. They said that he looked pale as fuck. And then on his deathbed, I guess somebody was asking him about what happened in the king's chamber, and he said, "If I told you, you wouldn't even believe me."
Oh wow, bro, that is wild right there. It's going through the dreads. So is it hitting the top of his head as it go through his dreads, or?
Just going from he got crystals in his hair, and then he got coils of something in his hair. Coils, probably copper
Oh,
coils or something. And then it's also hitting his forehead. You could tell because I seen
yeah.
that jewelry before.
You made that?
Yep.
That's fire.
Yeah, that's hella fire. Where you get the pyramids from?
I made them.
Yeah, Exile be making those too.
What was the effect like? I'm assuming y'all was on a journey at the time.
Yeah. We were actually, I think, on ayahuasca at this point.
Oh damn.
Mother Aya, we know her all too well.
Don't even start. Don't even start.
Hey, you want to know? Like, you know what I tell people, bro? If you're not on this level of the awakening, I tell people don't really talk to me because I show people like, because this is when I went through my 40-day coconut water cleanse, and I
Yeah.
was taking a whole bunch of different herbs and stuff. But let me show you something. This is me like sun gazing, right? I want y'all to see the actual eye, what actually happens to your eyes when you go through this discipline. Well, I'm gonna show you just a second.
Sanchez in the background.
Yeah. Trying to fast forward it to the actual eye spot. Just showing my eye.
The sun gazing.
Yeah, that sun gazing can be real.
Man, that sun gazing is what turned me into
You
a
see my
vegan when
eyes?
I was
You see my
vegan.
eyes right there? You see my eyes? Damn. Because when you get it to where your eyes light up like this, you've actually hit the Christos.
Yeah. Do you be seeing the auras and stuff? Like, did you get the
Yeah,
from the sun
yeah,
gazing?
all that, and
Yeah.
I see the flying phoenix or the winged phoenix when I do it too.
Yeah. Did when you sun gazed, was you vegan or at the time or
At the time, I was doing a 40-day
fast?
coconut water fast. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cause
Mhm.
it's like I sun gazed for like it had to be like almost a year every morning waking up, looking at the sun as it came up. And sometimes I look at it around noon when it's like right above, but bro, that shit turned me vegan though. I didn't want to eat no
Yeah,
meat or none of that.
yeah, yeah. You're right. I'm trying to show y'all the actual eye, like when you see my
Blame the
eyes,
sun on
bro.
not eating no meat, bro.
When you actually
Yeah,
see my eyes and what I was actually going through, bro. Like my eyes were different, bro. It was so crazy. Like
yeah.
my eyes were like, hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Trying to fast forward it. I think here it comes. And I was doing like specific like breathing techniques.
In the bad way. Yeah, 40-day fast That sounds crazy.
Yeah. I bought boxes of that C2O. You know what I'm talking about? C2O coconut water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought like 3, 4 boxes of that. I
And
think I drunk like.
how
What's
long
up?
was you sun gazing for? Like,
I usually sun gaze 3 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the evening, and once at night.
oh, okay, yeah. Hey, did it make it to where, like, cause once I started sun gazing, like when I started going outside, you know how when you get in the car with people and you take off and you start driving, and they always put the sun visor down when the sun pointing towards them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it came a time to where I didn't have to do that no more because the sun wasn't never that bright to where I had to block it out of my view.
Right.
Yeah, man. Like after 10 years of
Oh
doing
yeah,
that, I
your
could
eyes
look
look
at the
wild,
sun
bro.
at like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and it feels comfortable.
Yeah, it feels
Yeah.
comfortable.
I actually get like a small little jolt when I do it in the middle of the day, and it's like high noon. High 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Like I get a huge jolt when I
It kind
look
of
at the
feels
sun.
like you drink or you eat something when you're hungry. It's kind of
Right.
like a similar feeling.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you because literally, I would look at the sun, take a deep breath, cross my eyes, uncross them, cross them, uncross them, cross them, cross them, uncross them, and then I would like exhale, and then like bro, like the feeling that I would get, it was like drinking like cold water almost.
You
All
had to
right, so
say
check
that
this
while I
out.
was filling up my glass with
You
cold water.
you know how like people stretch when they wake up and everything? One thing that I like to do, like as I wake up and if I catch the sun when I wake up, depending on the hour, is I'm a sun gaze, but I like to look like at the furthest corner top right, then at the furthest corner top left, and then like go like all around with my eyes, sort of like stretching and like waking up the tendons and the muscles that actually move the eyes.
I know exactly what you mean. I utilize Drumville Melchizedek's method, where you utilize the top, the bottom, the left, the right. I've been utilizing Drumville Melchizedek's method for about, I want to say 15 years now.
Damn.
It's like the only one that I know that works, bro. Like all the other ones are like almost bullshit to me. Like doing Drunvalo Melchizedek's method of like opening up the pineal gland, where you actually have to find the 2 little dots in your peripheral and like merge them into the center of your peripheral, and then like breathing with it, and eventually they connect and they make like crosses and straight lines and X's and shit, and then eventually like an 8 point star. Like that shit was like the only thing that really worked for me. I want y'all to see the actual eyes, bro. Like my eyes look like I went Super Saiyan type shit. You see that? Dang, you can barely see it on this one. I should have went to a different one. But my eyes look like I went Super Saiyan type shit.
It's the Super Saiyan.
No, like for real. Like I originally have really dark eyes, but when I do sun gazing, bro, my eyes turn like hazel. Crazy.
That's what you should be clipping and making short and good.
Damn, you right.
Yeah, that actual where that change happens. They gonna say you a reptilian. That's what they gonna say.
But we all have to utilize our reptilian cortex to do this in the first place, because it's the reptilian cortex. When you're actually pulling in the light and pulling it down, you're pulling the light into your heart via your reptilian cortex, which is connected to the brain to the heart.
Bro. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, moving past fear, moving past hate and anxiety and fear of the repercussions. Sometimes that reptilian mind is so involved with our survival that it'll hold us back from change.
I see that. Damn, bro, where the hell is the actual good video? Because there's actually like really good videos where like I'm freaking in it, bro. Like you can
Yeah,
actually
when you
see it.
find that shit, you gotta name it. And you gotta throw it somewhere in the title under a hashtag so you'll remember.
Yeah, you right on that. You are definitely right on that.
Well, matter of fact, let me. You help me remind myself to. Damn, this video too long. I don't even know where the DMT journey began at.
It was like 30 minutes ago.
Okay, yeah, this is the one where I said the eyes. I titled it "The Eyes." Okay, so it's not glowing how I usually do right now, but once I actually start eating the light, let's see if I can fast forward it. There we go. There we go. Check that shit out. As soon as I open the eye, you're gonna see that shit. You're gonna be like, that nigga was Super Saiyan.
Yeah, they do seem lighter.
Bro, do they?
If you're saying you got dark eyes, they look more hazel.
Yeah.
They look like they're reflecting more light.
Exact, bro. It took me the longest to actually realize that you can.
They're gaming.
It takes light to see other light. Because light comes out of darkness. Darkness doesn't come out of light.
That's right.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
I have a photo that I took of a aura borealis that looks like an inverted version of the eye
Yeah,
of
this
Ra.
is the one right here. Y'all see that shit?
Yeah.
It's gonna get denser in a second. It's gonna get denser the more I eat the light. It's gonna get denser and denser. And it's like the angle that I'm putting it at the same time too.
Yeah, probably if you push forward a little bit out of that glowing side on the other side, but you can see it though, like it got lighter. What you was doing? You kept trying to catch it?
Yeah. And that's how I explain to people like the true Christos. The Christos is opening the light inside of the body and shit. There's some of my organs.
Is the Christos ever not part of the body though?
The Christos is dormant inside of the body.
Like seed form.
Like what?
Seed form. It's in its seed form.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's in seed form, yeah. How do I turn off the
You just go to it. You got to go back to the thing and yeah, right there where you see the little red, at that red thing. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Tokyo, come here. We got this little puppy at our crib. I don't know if y'all want to see this. Hold on, let me see if I can switch this camera. How do you switch the camera?
Top right.
That's it. Top right.
When your camera is on, yeah. If you have your camera on, it's the top right. It looks like a camera with a 360 or like two arrows.
He came and grabbed the dog anyway. Well, so
next time.
Yeah, next time for sure. But what intellectual pondering have y'all been on this morning?
Man, just did some DMT. I'm still tripping off of it.
Yeah. So how do y'all feel about Terrence Howard and his method of madness?
Yeah, Yeah, what do you think about 1 times 1 squared equals 2?
You said 1 times 1 squared equals 2?
No, I said, what do you think about 1 times 1 equaling 2, or 1 squared equals 2?
Now, without giving him so much pushback, I understand what he's talking about. If you don't understand what he's talking about, then you are you're mundane, right? Because
Muggle.
to multiply, right? Like I know people hate this, but I'm gonna utilize the Bible for just a second, right? Didn't God say go forth and multiply? And to multiply means to populate, and to populate means to make more.
Right.
So technically, if we look at it like that, but like I went on Brother Sanchez and he didn't like what I was saying because it was making too much sense. I was telling him if we utilize numbers like we utilize genders, technically one times one can equal 1, 2, 3, 4, and even sometimes 5. Or I'm sorry,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and sometimes 4. Um, and he didn't like what I was saying because I was gendering the numbers like one times one, and like if you would like to put one female, one male could equal 3 people at the end of the day because they would
Yeah.
multiply to make 3. And then I was also telling him that like 1 and 1 can also equal 1, 1 and 1 can also equal 2, 1 and 1 can equal 3, and sometimes 4. In the sense of one male, one female having twins would equal 4 people, right?
Right.
And he didn't like how I was utilizing that, and I was trying to explain to him, but he wouldn't let me. I was like, bro, in the Bible it said go forth and multiply, and to multiply is to make more. It means to populate.
No space.
So
That's it.
if one
That's it. That's it.
so if 1 times 1 is 1, that means that one person and another person together wouldn't make another person, which it does.
Right.
And he wouldn't let me explain it, so he kind of just made me look stupid in front of everybody.
My bad, y'all. I thought I was muted.
It's all right, Charles. My bad for not letting you know you wasn't muted.
Oh, yeah.
I'm done.
No, I'm with you because this math is just basically symbols, and symbols are representing nature. And so we should be able to, with our math, we should be able to represent or look to nature and see how these things are propagated. And everything you said was correct, in my opinion.
Right. So like
that's because he said the same thing you said.
That's what I'm saying.
Where in nature does 1 times 1 equal 1?
Nowhere.
We all said the same
He
thing.
said, bro, Sanchez, good.
1 times 1 equals 3 because a man and woman make a baby. So 1 times 1 equals 3. 1 times 1 can equal anything, depending on what species of animal it is.
Right.
Even a human can have 5 babies in one shot. They're called quintuplets.
And then he's like, wait a minute, I didn't sign. Hold the horses.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's not wrong, but I think it's, that's how we just use multiplication.
Mm-hmm.
We made a rule to it.
That's how the banks use multiplication.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, whew. Man,
But
this X, I said it before, but I think the micro ghost is turning into a macro.
Oh,
I'm away from. Yeah. Today we did the micro, but that boy Pop. Oh, look at Junior up there, little one.
Man.
Nah, he up there with Mom Dukes now.
Hey yo, check out the puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's that? A Chihuahua?
I think so.
That's a something wah something wah. Something wah.
Little got blue eyes, huh?
Mm-hmm. His name is so cute. Her name is so cute, but I nicknamed her Nala.
Nala. She dummy cute though. I couldn't show my kids that dog. They gonna be like, we gotta go get it. My son be killing me. He be like, it's so cute. I'll be like, no, it's not. It's tight. It's tight. It's a difference. It's cute, but it
Smelling
ain't.
the bag. Smelling the bag of the Dimitri.
I'm already.
What does it smell like?
I'm done.
What does it smell like?
It smell like that, like you when you go get a fresh pair of shoes.
So cute.
Let me tell you, it's to me, and it really never smells. It's clinical. It smells like, to me, it smells very clinical, which gives the perception of like clean, like it's the basis. It's the jump off of this reality. So for me, whenever I do it, it always leaves that clinical smell, and smell is 50% of taste.
It is
But
clinical.
it
Definitely is clinical.
Yeah.
The process of it is clinical. You feel me? To extract it.
Ooh.
Even if you're in the jungle, and even if you're doing it, because making fire is alchemy, so it takes alchemy to make it.
It gets
So
even
alchemy-
stronger. It gets even stronger once you light it. The smell gets even 10 times stronger.
Yo, neighbor.
Or you might just be a damn drug addict. You feel me? Oh shit!
Yeah,
I love.
Let me see. Let me
You
go.
live right now, but
Yeah, we lit. We on fire. We've been on fire for 3 hours now. Oh, I'm tripping. I must ain't had nothing to do today.
It's Memorial Day.
Oh shoot,
Yeah.
y'all lucky. On Memorial Day, y'all get a couple of DMT trips.
Alright.
I'm loading up too, just in case. I gotta put you. Well, I'm already loaded, but I'm putting a little bit more in here, just in case.
Ooh, dang. I got the white and the yellow.
Oh, the white. Fuck the yellow. If you got the hold on. Fuck the yellow. If you got the white, bro, go get you a dab rig and dab that.
Now, come on, now, cousin. You're talking to professionals here. You're talking to professionals here. I'm gonna take the game on what you're saying, but I'm gonna let you know you're talking to professionals, son.
Listen. I actually
Linda, listen.
Listen. I used to do DMT shaman parties, and I would tell everybody, you have the right, you gotten the right hit. Once you see that big ass ghost, go from the bowl to the bong, and you hit the actual ghost. The DMT ghost is what I used to call it.
And that's when you hold it. When you see that one right there, you are correct though, because I just did that, and I said when I seen that big ass cloud of smoke and I took it in, I said that's the one I'ma hold for as long as I can. And it seemed like it get to a point to where you don't even know you holding it anymore. It's like you go, damn, I don't even need to breathe.
Dude, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
People get scared before that, and they don't get to experience that.
Nah, listen, your book, right? Let me ask you and Charles, right? Like, and you too. What's the name right here? Metal Horse, right? Huh?
They call me Black Goo.
You gotta change your name.
Turn my light off.
Turn my light off. But yo, what I'm saying is that
I don't need no light.
Took into DMT, right? When I take that big puff, right? When you're taking that third hit and you feel, I always describe it as like helium filling up a balloon. Like I feel it helium filling into my brain cavity. Like I feel helium surrounding my brain, and then like it's picking up my brain and pulling it out of my body, type of thing. So like that inhale of that DMT, when it's a ghost, that you inhale that ghost, I already see that ghost when you're inhaling it. Sometimes I can't get that shit out of my lungs, like it's stuck in there like a cloud that clings. Breathe out like.
Nah, that's the DMT ghost telling you that this is the one. You need to keep it in there.
That's that vape, man. That's that vape. That's what I was saying. Why I liked about the vape juice, using the vape juice. If you got a nice rig, is that it don't stick to your throat, it stick to your lungs also. And that shit lasts longer, sometimes like 30 minutes.
That's what I got now. That it like when you pull in, it's not a 0 to 60. It's like it gives you a moment. All right, you already started the car, right? It give you a moment to check your rear view and maybe put on your seatbelt. Not too much time.
Yeah.
It give you just a little bit of time, but you feel it like going into every little crevice of your lungs, unlike a normal kind of, just normal hit thing of it. Yeah, and you like, this is like satiating my life. This is about to be a deep trip. And like you just got that split second, it give you a little more time than the traditional ways we used to hit the DMT, and then boom, it's game over. Or game start.
You know it's true that they say if you put it in the air, somehow it lands on your lap. Through the Discord, through the chat, right? I came over here into Booker about with the shrooms and shit, brought the shrooms to his ear, whatever. But through the Discord is where I met a dude that hit me because we were talking about the DMT, and I was like, nah, I never asked anybody because I don't even know who to talk to in my area or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then somebody in Discord was like, where you at, yo? I was like, man, I'm out here next to
That's the different because it's what is it? It's the one that's made with acacia, and then you got the one that's made with the cappy, right? If I ain't mistaken.
Yeah, cappy.
Yeah,
and then the homilin might be
because that's how dude came to me with like versions. I'm like going, dang, hold on.
What? Some people like this one more than the other. You try.
Yeah. But
it was like he like I already knew. He said the one that was the cleanest one that I pulled was this white one, was the cleanest one. And that he said that the other versions would seem dirty, but that they were in themselves potent.
Right. That's like strains of mushroom. People on the penis envy heavy, but I mean, Golden Teacher's got something to show you too.
Do yes, sir.
Yeah.
Man, that's man, that white can be next level. Next level.
Hey, yo, the white one was the one where I blasted off through the firmament and I sat on top of the sun with like the sunbeams, the Alex Gray sunbeams. Like, man, that was crazy.
You had to.
It's crazy. It's like what's crazy is that like when you actually do it, and then like you're like struggling to go through the firmament, and you like start tensing up. Like, there's like this voice in the back of your head that comes from the cosmos. They're like,
relax. You got this.
Yeah, bro. I was like, who the fuck is that? Like,
relax. You got this right there.
You know what's weird?
They might even tell you, X don't break the silence. They might even tell you that.
They might tell you, don't break the silence.
Don't break the silence.
Man, I don't know, man. Listen, I was gonna say that out of those DMT, I noticed that the white one was the one that would vaporize the smoothest, like turn into a ghost. Like it would be the one that really turned to the milky, would turn
the
ghost
DMT
shit.
ghost. That's what you want to smoke is the DMT
Yeah,
ghost.
yeah. The other ones would take longer to vaporize, and they would still make it like a.
So
you know
like
what I mean?
when you're doing the other ones, I've never had the pink one, but the yellow one I know. Like you have to have that shit at the right temperature, which is like above it's like above 100 degrees, below 120 degrees. It gotta hit like a specific and if you do it too hot, it'll burn the DMT. If you do it too cold, it won't burn it at all. And then so what I did when I was experimenting with it is that with the dab rig, I would have like an ice cold rag underneath the bowl, and I would burn the bowl until it got bright red. And when it got bright red, I would wait from it going from glowing red to not glowing red anymore, and then I would apply the cold rag to the dab rig. And as I was applying the cold rag to the dab rig, I would apply the DMT, and that would make the perfect DMT ghost.
Yo, you know, I've seen a few ways that the different masters do use it. You know what I'm saying? The dude that I met, he taught me, he was like, listen, if you're not sure and you want to get to where you gotta go, he was like, I'm gonna just show you, you know, whatever you like to smoke, just make lasagna layers and then make sure that you use only a blue flame torch lighter and, you know, bring it down slowly and make sure once you get the cherry started that as the cherry grows down into whatever it is you're smoking that it vaporizes down. But another way too, he's another way which where I seen was that they used that I thought was interesting and looked like it made a lot of sense was they made like lines that looked like cocaine lines. And then they had a tube that was glass and it was long and the tube was a heat resistant glass that you could heat it till it's almost red. And then they would just take the glass tube and they just, you know, instead of sniffing the lines, you can sniff them with your nose if you wanted to, but they you could use their mouth and just suck the lines up off and as the lines are going into the tube, they vaporize into a ghost immediately, like you just
Oh,
inhaled
so they basically hot railed that shit.
ghost line.
Dang.
I noticed when I smoke it out this little bowl, like I don't even like go towards where the DMT at. I let the bowl get hot where it is. As soon as I twist it and it hit that part that I heated up, oh my god!
I thought I fucked up because
Smoky smoke.
So you be hitting the DMT at the bolo?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
right now,
crazy. I've never thought about that.
Right now, I'm out the straight. You know what I mean? The shooter.
The shooter, kid.
The straight shooter.
Yeah, you gotta have a blue flame torch. That's what
old school with.
If you got a blue flame,
Would you pay like $2-3 for that book?
I think $250. I think $250 or something like that. It was like, yeah. He was like, no, but you can use this. No, I want that cheap one right there. Okay. Like, just give me that cheap one because I know that's gonna be the one.
Right.
All different type of ways, huh? To get it popping.
Right.
Hey, when I first got on, that's what we was talking about. So look, you going like what, you know, just the raw basic way. Others a little more elaborate. We all on the same train, going to the same place. You either back here with my man parting it up, or you in the front with the conductor chopping it up. But you gonna get there. We all gonna get there.
You're gonna get there.
Yeah.
You're gonna get there. But what is we going, Charles, or is we what?
What state are y'all in?
Yeah. Don't be a million
California.
Earhart. This motherfucker, man.
Yeah. We in Killer, California, home of the drop truck the year round.
MIA, man, after this, man. Don't
Hey,
pack
I
your
like to
bags.
ask people in California, have y'all ever met any native people outside that actually live in the native part of in between Cali and Nevada and shit?
Yeah.
On like a reservation?
Well, there are actual still native people who live in a native sense, like and indigenous native people, like. And did y'all know that murder is legal in a specific part of California where they live? So, like, if you kill them, you don't get in trouble for it.
Nah.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
I think it's called something Valley. I can't remember what it's called. It's called something Valley.
You're not talking about Death Valley, are you? The album titled Death Valley.
You gonna get it, huh, Master Creator? Master Creator said, "Go and get it, Charles." But yeah, I don't know. I know they got different rules on the reservations than what we have.
I know that ever since Columbus came, I ain't seen no natives around.
Yeah, I'll be seeing. I see them every day.
The only ones
Now,
I see.
you know what? I would
Caribbean.
love to go to one of their traditional ceremonies. TP. I would, I'd love to link with somebody and have that experience.
Sure. My sisters and them go to powwows every year because they're all part of the Wampanoag, not Wampanoag, Damn, I forgot what tribe they part of, man. I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one.
I'm not talking about like the Native Americans that they call the $5 Indians that are like actually fucking, what do they call, what did we say they were, Dre? They're actually what's the name of that spot over there on the other side of the world?
Well, it's actually weird because no, but some of them are actually like migrated Malaysian, like they migrated from Malaysia and from
No. Don't make
Indonesia.
Dre, don't make
Yeah,
confusion. What is the name of that?
I'm not making confusion, bro. Like, listen, some of them are migrated. Like in some areas, there was migrated people from Indonesia and Malaysia. In some areas, it was migrated people from northern Mongolia who were crossing the Alaska Strait. You also
Bro,
had obviously like the melanated, copper-colored
bro,
Native
why are you
Americans.
avoiding the one thing that we talked about yesterday? Why are you saying all this extra shit?
It's not extra shit, bro. It's not like it was just one type of people here. Like even in their
No,
history, they said there was
the
more than one people.
conversation that we're having about Native Americans, what is the actual name of the place where they're from?
I feel like you can answer that better than I
I
can if
can't
you're
remember
asking me.
the name of the actual spot. I'm losing it at the moment. Like I can't remember the actual name. Like
They said that all the Native Americans that they took tests on out here were all Asian descent.
Yeah, they got Mongolian descent. Some of them are migrated people who like took boat rides from like a long time ago. They were
bro,
island
what were
hopping.
we talking about yesterday though, Dre? About like the freaking Alaskan
You mean the
Inuit?
Inuit?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah,
They're from Siberia.
Siberia, thank you. Most of the Native Americans that we see today, they are not indigenous to America. They're indigenous to Siberia.
No, but hang on. Also, like one thing that's like not mentioned a lot is like one of the reasons why they do have Asiatic features, like based on the area in the entire American continent, like the South American continent, the Middle American continent, the Northern American continent. Some of them are migrated through the Alaskan Strait. Some of them island hopped throughout the islands in the Pacific area from like Philippines, from Indonesia, from Malaysia. And some of them were actually brought over when they were building the railroads and they were building cities like from China. And then those people ended up mingling with the actual real natives that were here. And so they came out with like dark skinned Asiatic features.
Yeah, bro,
with
but
the
what we're talking about right
with the
now is like the Native American Inuit people who are actually Siberian and the connection to the what they call Asiatic black man and the Mongolians who had what was it, the Mongolians who the
Well,
Tartars the
you gotta
Tartars.
you gotta look at the hairline. Number one, you gotta look at the hairline. Number two, you gotta look at the calves. Number three, you gotta look at the shape of the face, the
said the
squareness,
hairline.
the what do you call like the
Can't be out here with a whack
cheekbones?
hairline.
You gotta look at the
Man,
cheekbones and you gotta
I
look
ain't
at the
even got.
nose.
I lost my hairline. Okay.
Yo,
You
because check
understand?
this out. Yo,
We ain't
this is
talking
like
about
some real
hairlines.
shit. Like a lot of Asiatics do not have that bald spot. They maintain their hairline. They do not get that like where it's just the hair on the side and that's it, like the bald spot on top or whatever. They do not get that. A lot of Native Americans do not get that. This is something that they noticed in Native Americans in like researching their genetics. They don't have I forgot what the term is in English, but it's called like calvicie or something like that, or maybe that's a French term where like it like recedes in a certain way and then it forms like that shape. And again, the nose, like you would not have some of the noses that they have, they're from mixing with the Asians that came over here. Because you don't get that nose in Asia. Like you don't get that nose anywhere. You would get that nose depending on the geography and the area where the people got adapted to the environment.
Yo, don't be smoking ghosts in the background.
When I start, you ain't even gonna hear it. I just lit my shit up so it can just drop to the right spot. So Once I, you know, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be real with you, man. Like personally, me, if you ask me, yo, where does all the humans come from? Like, where does the original humans sprout out of? Like, based on like all the oldest like areas on geology and all that, I think we come from Antarctica. I think we came from Antarctica and we spread in this world from Antarctica. And like originally it was like a whole like maybe an Atlantis type thing or like a Lemuria type thing, like an advanced civilization in Antarctica. Then it froze over and everyone migrated and then we lost contact. And like it was probably on some Pangea or something like that where like everyone was like focalized in like some big Lord of the Rings type continent, and then Pangea struck, and the whole thing got sliced in two, and everyone got split, and then like small adaptive features started to like change people around here and there, and the South Americans, like the Olmec, which are before the Mayans and the Aztec, their scriptures supposedly state that there were more than just one type of people in North America, and they had alliances with each other, they had wars with each other, they had cultural differences. Like really, it's like kind of like not easy to prove any claim that anyone has. Like even if you go through like historicity or whatever, it's like kind of still you could still fake it, you know? You could still fake it.
There was a video I watched the other day about like they found some giant statues in the middle of the Pacific Ocean that stood like 50 feet, 55 feet tall, and like all they could see was the head of it, and it was like the head of a man.
Yeah, not the ceiling. I think we all come from the
All
North
clever shit, they don't
Pole.
gotta see once.
Green Bud said, "I think we all come from the North Pole, which was the Garden of Eden. It would make sense. We begin at the center,
Well, I'll tell
but
you
the
like
center
this.
is wherever you
I'll tell
stand.
you like this. I'll tell you like this, right? We come from the North Pole, but they switched it on us, and they made us think the North Pole is the South Pole, and the South Pole is the North Pole. So technically, we come from the South Pole.
I'm just gonna say this, man. Flat Earth, round Earth, I don't care. If you have an object, if you have a toroid, which everything is a toroid, like an electromagnetic field, so it's pretty much like a sliced apple in two, and then you see the field. You slice any fruit, you slice any every fruit is round. Pretty much, it's a form of round, or it's some kind of bean, or it's some kind of like some kind of spherical shape or whatever. You slice it in two. You always get that like two vesica splitting thing, like an electromagnetic field, a toroid. If you have a fruit, there's no mold and there's no bacteria on the fruit. The mold and the bacteria are at the top and the bottom, where you got the bud of the fruit and the top of the fruit where it links to the branch. That's my only logical like kind of like deduction on where we actually originated from. Either the top or the bottom, that's where the mold and the bacteria usually like manifest, not on the sides of the fruit.
Man, I need to go. Also, I'm going. I need to go get my neighbor and go. Hey, man, you want to take a DMT trip?
Has he done one before?
That's when you gotta be on. That's
nah.
That's called. You know what I mean, you gotta let him know the red coat is coming here. You gotta grab my shirt, like yo, you got.
Hey yo, do y'all remember Dre? Do y'all remember a website a couple years back? Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, okay, yeah. Have y'all ever heard of a site? It was like me and Dre used to like go ham on this site like before they started switching up the internet. But it was called USA Hitman. Have y'all ever heard of that site?
Nah.
Bro, me and Dre knew about damn near every conspiracy that was like known to man off of this site. We knew about me and Dre knew about that huge bundle of gold that was supposed to be flying here through space and hitting the Earth at a specific time, like I think it's like 2026 or something, and like me and him were like pondering over like if space isn't real, where the fuck is this gold coming from? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just a bunch of conspiracies that are playing out right now that me and Dre knew about before most people even knew about that shit.
Man, I'm not gonna fucking like say like it's this or that because I have no way of proving it. Because if I choose to perceive it that way, what if reality actually starts to reorient itself and actually be that way?
That's
I
real.
agree. I agree.
Yo, I heard a story that the scientists went deep to the Arctic and they have a fraction of piece of what they found all the way at the end of the ice wall, right? But it was like a color blue, cobalt blue um ice chunk that wasn't ice. So they said that what happened is if we keep trying to dig through this, we can make a hole as big as we want. And as we dig and we keep getting further and further and further, I don't know how far they could get into this, but as they get further and further, the hole starts closing behind them because of the temperature of it and the properties of the what the ice wall and everything what it is that we can see space through somehow is supposedly frozen oxygen that is so condensed and frozen that it creates a barrier that it cannot be penetrated through anything. And the more you dig through it, it closes back again as you dig through it. So they couldn't continue the process of digging through it. And the pieces they had of it, you can't touch it because whatever, but you could grab it with other things. But as it melts, it just disappears. It just disappears into nothingness. And so who knows what it really is? All these things are just part of the whole.
Have you ever heard
What
of the it's like I don't know where this comes from, but there's like this thing about hyperboreans, um, ethereal beings or whatever, and like every generation of them they get denser and denser, and like where the generation of them that's like tangible physicality, like we can't pass our hands through things, but as you go up the generation of like the original man and everything, it like goes up in chain, where like at one point it was like a plant, and then it goes higher and higher to where it's like the gin where it's like smokeless fire or whatever, and then it keeps going up and up where it's like some kind of like gaseous plasma to the point where it's like some kind of entity that's like invisible but not invisible at the same time. Like it's not in this reality, but it is in a sense.
like a cold, like a flu. Nah, but I'm saying like for sure, like there are still ball lightning. If you look up videos of ball lightning, that's definitely a jinn that's been spoken of throughout history. Ball of light that could strike electricity. Some of them were fire, some of them were.
Y'all do understand that once you illuminate your Christos, you officially are the jinn, right? Because the jinn, literally, the word jinn means man, but the jinn literally means like in the jinn, meaning in the jinn, which is in the man, which is the light inside of the man, which is the Christos. You
Well, I'm just saying
breathe
that was
every day. You breathe
that,
every day in and out. That
that
air that
one of
you
the
breathe is
translations.
the smokeless fire.
Listen, what I'm saying is that one of the translations of that ball lightning was one of those was a jinn that's a description of it. The other ones are the angels that came with the archangels and all that stuff. The different all them different archangels. They have depictions of them in sightings that they said were looking like this or like that. So a lot of them are fireballs, lightning balls. Um, they the balls of energy that they can't explain how they and then they see some of these balls of energy also creating um what they call crop circles and stuff. They got videos of a few of them the size of a damn ball, like a baseball, came into a field and just started drawing out their shapes and stuff. And the shapes that they made were sound wave type of things. So, that leads me to think that the world itself might not be round or flat or whatever. It might just be electromagnetic, like based off electricity. You can make things different solids of how strong the electricity is. It looks like feels like a force field, but it's not a force field. It's electricity. Like different things could feel solid, but they could be based off of electromagnetic type of things. Like what I'm saying. Like right now, they just found in the ocean. off of California a bunch of rocks that are embedded into the floor that they're gonna start harvesting these stones because the stones are piezoelectric and they can make batteries. They can make electric vehicles and stuff off of these rocks. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy how everything is based off different field. You know what I'm saying? Everything is a field. You know what I mean? And electricity could produce things that seem like magnetism, but it's not magnetism. You know what I mean? Like you could take a piece of plastic, rub it on something, and you can make a balloon stick to something because now it has an electric field on it that makes it seem like it works like a magnet and it sticks to anything. Like you know what I'm saying? So it's like reality can be based off of shit like that. You know what's crazy to me too that Terrence Howard, what nobody talk about, is that he has also out of all his patents that he has, one of his patents was 3D, you know the VR, the VR headset, and the VR mechanics of how to do it. And Sony and all these other companies cite his work as part of how they created their equipment. So he has all his patents, and he has Sony on the list, and a couple other people who use this shit to create headsets and VR headsets and shit. You know what I'm saying? So the dude is intelligent, bro. He had the first patent on that shit.
Oh yeah, remember him saying
You,
that. I'm
you
about to have
still
to go
going?
outside, huh?
You still going in, but
Yeah. I was just about to say that. I was like, dang, I might have to go outside in the backyard so I can.
right. Probably
You
heard
have
the
to.
birds out there. I'm like in here.
You out there with his scorpions and all that, so you need to go
Watch out,
outside.
Spencer.
You know, I ain't scared of no
Watch out,
scorpion. I ain't
Spencer.
scared of no
Spency's.
ghosts.
No
What's
doubt.
up, Rob? All right, here. Let me go.
Oh,
Get
what's
him
up,
ready.
Rod?
Do the do.
Choked by another
Do
tree.
the
Like,
do.
damn.
So you see the trees
Alrighty.
people outside, and you're like, I ain't scared of no ghosts. You see trees fighting and throwing fists.
I'm gonna jump in and help one of the
Mm,
trees.
How you gonna choose side?
Yeah, I'm gonna choose a side.
Oh man, what you gonna do? Call the dog back if the dog run up on the tree and pee on him? Remember what this dude? It was hilarious. What's his name? Trip. Trip would talk about he was laughing like a motherfucker that he peed on the tree. He was like, "Do something then." Like you ain't gonna do nothing, motherfucker. I'll pee on you right now. Yo, I was dying laughing. Yo, he was tripping balls. He said that the tree, the what some raggedy rose bush or some shit next to the crib grabbed his shirt though, like it was trying to grab onto. He was like, get the fuck off me!" He was struggling, tussling with the bush. I was dying laughing, dog. That was hilarious. That's tripping balls for sure. Taking DMT outside.
Woo!
What? Not already, Charles.
Smell. That smell, done.
What's up, Rod?
Charles says the smell.
what up? What up?
Yeah, that's
Wow.
yeah.
I like the
Best.
smell of crispy electricity, man.
Oh, pure electromagnetic electricity.
Electricity.
Okay. He said, "What's up, Christos?" He said, "Yep,
I'm about to
Bozo."
be off.
Office kid,
All
y'all.
right,
All right.
I'll tap right back in.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Let's
Me
go.
too.
All aboard.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just take my headphones off. That's it.
Oh shit. Yeah, I guess I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in, but I'm gonna just take my headphones off and mute my mic.
You have to. That's the best way, man.
All right.
Man, the headphones got me. As soon as I took them off, they kicked back to the stereo on the phone. These bugs is cold, boy.
They kicked out to they dirt. Hit them dirty. Cool though, man, for sure. For a while sometimes.
Are you taking a dive in too, Charles?
Both of them. Both of them is diving in. Booker and him trying to
Hell
do
yeah. Hell yeah.
a synchronicity swim. You know what I mean? Synchronized swimming. What's going on, Rob? Man, how you been, fool?
Oh, I'm recovering from a heavy slam.
Oh,
I
truly.
got my I got my soul body slammed in a good way.
Nice.
It was yeah, so I had a strain that I put in capsules. It was like 2 years old, and I figured just from pure time that it would have degraded
Oh
and
yeah.
lost
You
potency.
thought, you thought the shrooms they found in Egypt wasn't gonna be good anymore. Okay.
Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
They did not lose 1 milligram of potency. They kicked like the day they was born.
They was dormant waiting for you, fool.
It was it got it got me good.
That's good shit.
I went yeah, I went out in the country. I got this friend that I work with, and he has this land, and he hasn't ever deep dived before. It brought his curiosity. Um, so he's done maybe 1 gram before, 1.5,
Hmm.
and I said, "Man, you ought to try deep dive with me sometime." And I told him, whatever you're comfortable with." I said, "I'm gonna do 10, but I'm a different kind of cat. That's where I go with it." I said, I'll probably whatever y'all want, 3, 4, start with that and leave room to whatever you do. Just it was him and his wife. So whatever you do, just make sure you check in. I'd say at like 45 minutes and leave a window if you want to do more. Because I said it can be a pretty disheartening or pretty disappointing whenever you dive in and wish you did more. And yeah, I took off pretty quick. I mean, it was like 15 minutes in, and I said, "Man, y'all are in charge." I was like, I know I was like leading this thing, but things are starting to swirl on me like hard. And so it was on this point, almost like a small cliff, okay? And you got to imagine like the Wild West, um, like bushy desert, okay? And canyon country. And we were on this point overlooking this area, and I saw all the land in front of us. I mean, you can see for, I don't know, 20 miles out. It's just a stretch of desert. You can see little canyons on your left, little canyons on your right. And I saw them start to like swirl in a hurricane pattern. It looked like there were hurricanes over this land, and it started to swirl clockwise. I do remember that. And man, it all turned into like ocean. It was the desert, but it took a fluid like texture to it. And it got it got a lot deeper from there. One of those swirls that I was seeing started to get like geometry in it, like Aztec geometry. And then one showed up right in front of me. When I say right in front of me, like I'm sitting in a chair and it's 1 foot from my face. And say that again.
Yo, cut this shit out, man.
Nah, they must have just got their mic.
It's every fucking day.
See. So, what was it that you seen right in front of your face? Is being of the shaped like
Oh, so,
Oh, shit.
Now you see a motherfucker still cut shit out.
Bro, chill. I'm on the phone. He's yelling at me because I'm falling asleep. Oh.
I'm dead.
Had a little intermission there.
Yeah. So what was it? Was
But
geometric shapes like a beam
yeah,
or something?
so I'm looking out over the point. It's really hard to explain just through words, but uh, imagine you have, I don't know, 100 square miles of land you're looking over at from a cliff, okay? And imagine you see two spots to your left and to your right that are swirling like hurricane patterns. And then they start forming geometry, like Aztec geometry in them. And then one of those pattern swirls came up right in my face, like right in front of me. So I had one to the left, one to the right, and one in the middle that showed up right in front of me. And I just went in that tunnel without even thinking about it. It was like what I was meant to do. I just went in that tunnel, and it was full blown like DMT space. It was all the geometry and surfing through that. And it's just funny because at the time it was like I didn't even question it. It was like what I was supposed to do. I didn't think it was odd or strange. Um, the only time it seemed kind of odd and kind of shocked me was when I came out of it and opened my eyes and saw the landscape again. But that tunnel travel is I don't know, it's almost like I'm getting more comfortable with it. For some reason it feels like what I'm supposed to do. It feels like just part of the process of traveling.
Yeah.
It's just sense of travel
But it got way deeper than that. I mean, we've all been there. The geometry's the geometry. Um,
I don't know why that geometry is like if like that's why it's part of the whole concept of the matrix type of thing that this is a construct because the geometry if you like the many times that I've gone into the darkness and I see any type of geometric movement that is like what we call clockwork or we call whatever that stuff when that something is like dark matter whatever the fuck it is purple black and darkness moves and grew like and it eventually becomes shapes and it becomes patterns and it becomes things it's like reality springs forward from these geometric patterns every time. So it's like reality itself comes from geometric sound patterns, something, and then you could take sound waves and do it with sand on it or whatever other shit, and it makes these patterns that are like shapes that have been shown throughout history, patterns that have been left behind that they
yeah,
knew about. Sound waves and
yeah.
creating even electricity you could create, even all kind of things you could create out of sound. So it's like you know what I mean? It's crazy how not even
For,
sound thing like even the levitation of a bumblebee or certain beetles they use the carapace of their body and the vibration of their wing to create a sound within them that vibrates them at a different tone that separates them from our reality they decouple and they float and they go anywhere they want you know what I'm saying
yeah, it's almost like that geometry or frequency. It's all like different languages of the code or something.
hmm
Yeah.
It's like it's a code behind everything.
the code in front of our eyes. His secrets are never hidden. Secrets are always before your eyes. All the gods that do things, nature itself. That's why all these Zen, all these rules and all these things, not rules, all these teachings and sayings about breathing and fucking looking into nature and examining the life of a fucking bug before you step on them and shit, not to step on them. Jadism and all these other different reasons of all these things are all different little sectors of one whole in a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like you see things when you're tripping that it's like, yo, holy shit! Like these can be Life, like different. You see yourself as a bug all the way through the blade of grass, as the dirt, as anything, as different things. That's why they say air has life. You know what I mean? The sun, the moon, air, stars, the dirt, the grass, everything is alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like once you realize this shit, you can flow from from life to life and not be scared that you touch a blade of grass or afraid that you're in the bug world or somewhere in the microverse or whatever. And if you so cling into your flesh so much that they'll bring you down to the microverse in your flesh suit to show you what'll happen to you, like type of shit. Like it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's a teacher to teach you to like accept. It's not that big of a deal. It's like
Yeah,
it's
oh
just
my God.
it's not. It's a transition. So you see stuff, you learn stuff, and you keep it moving. What you guys learn, man? What up, bro? You back, man? He ain't back. He's still over there. Hey, yo.
It's almost.
There we go.
Everything is HD now. That is wow. I
Mm-hmm.
can take my break now. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Right, man, it goes so. I'm just amazed at like when it's over, how quick it goes away.
Yeah.
And it was certain points too, like, hey, I should say something to write this down, but I no longer had the plugs in. And then, yeah, then my cat had jumped on me. It was a whole thing in my journey. Outside world interfering with that world.
Yeah. No, that was the wild thing. It's like when I jumped up and I went to the restroom and damn, it was like I was using the light to save certain shit. It was weird.
Mm.
Cause I can close my eyes. Like once I look at the light, I can close my eyes, and that shit was like photographed in my mind or
Oh,
some
that's what
shit.
happened. I was traveling with some huge ass. It wasn't a whale. It wasn't. It didn't have. It was something on mass scale like a whale. Just to give you the mass scale of it next to us. We was out there traveling. There was another point where it was because I'm sitting in a chair and like Zen was behind me in the chair, like looking in, like peeping around, peeping. I was like, wow, what are you doing here? Ain't you supposed to be asleep right now? He said, I am.
Oh my god, man!
Yeah. Oh, this one
God,
too. It was how I was talking about, like with this device, like it gives you enough time before the blast off. So this time, boom, I took the hit. I'm looking at the smoke, and it's like, ooh, filling in. I'm doing probably like a 26-second pull. And then boom, I set it down, and that's when the cat went to jump on me, and I'm like, hey man, like it's about to, I ain't got time for all this. And then I still close my eyes once I get settled. And it's still not like a taxi pulled up next to me, like, hey, you wanna get in and go? And like I'm like, do I got time for that? And he like, yeah, you can grab your luggage and shit too. We got time. And I'm like, damn, like when this shit gonna kick? And then when it kicked, it wasn't like a blast off in the tank. Like my man, hey, we was hitting probably like 20 miles an hour on the blast off. Like it wasn't even. It was smoother. It's what, it wasn't a yank out there. The shit was smooth.
yeah, mine was smooth, but it was like I was floating like again through like that waiting room process where you see the lines and they just kind of like breathing and moving, and it's like you
Mm,
going through this tunnel or something, but it's like that tunnel was like the everythingness.
mm.
How is everything? It's like
I don't know. I don't know because like when you going through the tunnel, like all you see is like your experiences. You see all your experiences you had in this tunnel.
probably
It's just, I don't know. That shit's crazy. I have no explanation for that. This one right here I just did. I don't know what the fuck that was. But I was
Yeah, on
trying to
this
say,
one I
yeah.
didn't get because I knew it was a deep hit by the way it was just like chilling, like hold on. I'm like, oh shit, are we going yet? And it was like, nah, you still got some time. Relax. We gonna get the rest of these lungs together. We activating things right now. We
But
behind the scene. And
see
go
what I
ahead.
get to though, Charles, is like it's always this beyond entity that's standing there like watching, but that entity is like behind all this shit you seeing. So behind all this stuff you seeing, you see this entity standing there with his arms folded or
Yeah.
unfolded, just doing certain things. You feel me? Like it's monitoring you or something. That shit is
It
that
look
shit is
uh,
weird. You can't
like
see.
a tall mantis type of being, but more like a digital being, like some type of.
Yeah, you couldn't make out because all you had was the shadow of it.
Yeah, but it's right there in the center, behind all
Right
this.
behind all the stuff that's going on, and it's like it's watching you. It's like sometimes it'll do something like put its hand towards like your forehead, or I don't know, it feel weird like I'm being looked at by a doctor, like a doctor is watching me and making sure everything is going correct. Like, open my eyelids and look at my eyelids, some old weird ass stuff, bro. I don't know who that guy is. It might be me, but I'm just saying 1 and 1 is 2 if you times it. I'm just
Right.
saying.
I was gonna say I thought you had went through that. What was trippy too, son got on here and mentioned the praying mantis, and I remember I had a journey one time where it was a praying mantis, but this, and I don't know how this even came about, but the scale came to me. So imagine us, it was a huge one. It was probably like, man, like 3 football fields.
Yeah.
This is how big this thing was. It was like 3 football fields. And what happened is they got like a little skinny body, but then their trunk or their base of their body is the thicker part. This part opened up, and when it opened up, it almost looked like a spaceship. It had all these. It was probably 5 or 600 these little compartments, and each compartment had like a different like body form. Like there were a lot of humanoid forms, then there were a lot of like forms that look alien to me. I never seen a shit before. And the human one, which was me, it had like almost a little flap that came out, and it was plugged into the human one at the time. Like it could unplug from me and plug into anyone and go into a different life form or whatever. But it was plugged into the human one, which was attached to my consciousness at the time. I said, oh shit. Oh shit. You got this boy, you plug into another one, like man, what that was representing, but yeah.
No, I seen the damn the little octopus like creature, bro. That shit was inside a human, but it was like shaped like the human, like the tentacles and everything made the shape of the human, and that motherfucker said, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do all these different things, and then it was like after that, I'm out of here. It was just like, but it was using the body as like a vessel, or you feel me, or like a traveling, like a car or something, and it got up, it went in the refrigerator, it did all kind of shit, then that shit just left. I'm just like, yeah, I'm out, and I'm like, bruh, nah. But this one right here, but that the first time when I just went today, I seen that insectoid like lady, and she, like, when you think about it, it was like close to like an ant, or it would be more like a fucking praying mantis, because the eyes was huge on both sides. And it had wings though, but it had the body of like a female though. Ah, that first experience was dope.
Kind of look like my picture that's upside down if you really look at it the right way.
Yeah, do.
Yeah, like that. Cause it had huge ass eyes, but it was like almost like gridded, like you can see like overlay of like a grid on it. It was fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, Charles, I can do it again. I could do DMT like all day. It's my off day too. I ain't got called DMT. Shit.
Memorial Day.
It's Memorial Day. I got about 2 more experiences in me. And at the same time,
like you got the unlimited supply.
Nah, I didn't say that. But what I got, I will use it all up. I have no problem with doing it all in one day.
I feel it, man.
With that, especially the yellow and the white one and the pink one. I was like, nah, man. I was like smoking. You gotta vaporize it, nah.
Man, yo shit, that pipe turned into a straight spaceship instantly. It looked like the Star Trek Enterprise instantly. Like instantly, you like, oh, I'm looking at it like, oh shit, this is a real spaceship.
Right.
Somebody the car turned to like a spaceship. The inside of the car was like a spaceship.
A straight spaceship, bro. It was like a crystal spaceship. It didn't even look like glass. It looked like some type of crystal. I think I was smoking what Rick and Morty called it. Infinitron. Oh yeah. Chop that shit up, put that shit in the pipe and smoke it. Like you doing it. They're like, what the hell, bro? But at the same time, it's just amazing how you can see everything, bro. Like everything. Like you, and it makes sense, but it don't, because when you coming out and you open your eyes, you see the grid overlaid over this. And like it's kind of weird because that grid pattern be this. It be this. And it's like, even the colors and shit, bro, that shit is crazy. That shit is dope, though.
When I opened my eyes this time, because when the cat started coming up on me, I'm like, sometimes you be like, all right, wait, am I really feeling this? So I had to open my eyes and be like, oh, it's the cat trying to jump up on me. But when I did that, the overlay was like, almost like graph paper. If anyone's familiar with graph paper, and in graph paper, you can specifically set points. And it was like a 2x2 dots that lit up a grid that was overlaying everything I was looking at.
Oh damn! I always get that grid thing. I never.
Doctors, they don't take notes because they don't got time to write shit down. So what they do is they bring a device to record. You know what I'm saying? So when you do trip stuff like that for them, you could just make notes. Like if instead of trying to write stuff down, like stuff that's and then you'll know somewhere in your mind after doing that you remember that you have something recording what you're saying, and maybe you give yourself some type of sound or cue to remember certain things so you don't forget them. You know what I mean? Then you could just review it yourself, and then you could catalog stuff.
But what's weird is, look, when I come back, like both times I came back, bro, everything was clear. Like I didn't even need to put on my glasses to see anything, to read any of these words. Like everything was just HD clear, standing out like almost. That's yeah. And it was like lit. Yeah. Like I got it dark in here right now, but it was lit. And it's like, oh shit.
So that grid thing, you remember in your picture the size? For example, the room you were in, was it the size of your room when the first time you envisioned it?
No, it covered my whole vision. If I look to the left or I look to the right, I went to the side of the grid, like it was there. The whole thing was the grid.
I know, but you kind of get a sense of a size though sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not saying like you're still seeing in your room, but you're in that
It,
box. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying. But it's a grid, like you blue. It's blue too, right? Blue and black, pretty much.
Yeah, almost like that, like
Yeah.
a light,
Right.
like I don't, not like a light North Carolina blue. Like when I
Right.
say light, I'm talking about like a light, like the sun blue. If the sun was shining like in that blue form.
I know what it is. I know,
Yeah,
I know what you're saying. But it's like when you expand your mind, like when you can expand it, when you expand it in a certain sense. Like just think, look at it as your mind. Like that's just the size of your mind, the cap, and you're trying to break through that. When you asked
yeah,
earlier, how the fuck you get out of here? And then when you expand your own mind, that shit expands along with it, and then
yeah.
you just go somewhere else.
That's the feeling that you get too, Sun Tzu. Is like when I close my eyes, that grid spread out over everything to where I could feel everything. Like I could see it and feel it, but I didn't see it in this form right here. I seen it in this grid form.
Yeah.
It's crazy because the grid on mine, like I said, I didn't see the lines. I just saw where the points would go, and those were
Yeah,
kind of like representative of like that softball 60 watt. So they all had kind of that soft white color to them. But then it was almost like, on certain computer programs when they're generating something and they can like pull it with the lines, pull the points. It was almost like where my focus of my vision was there. But once like 3 or 4 feet out, then it was like the grid started to twist and bend out, if that makes sense. Like it started to take
yeah.
other shape once it was like 3 or 4 feet out from my initially what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, the way I've described it, I've seen the grid multiple different ways. One time I got a grid and it was like all light blue, like bright light blue. I want to say most of the time when I have gotten it where it was like soft white, like what you're talking about. Um, I've gotten it, I think most of the time it'll be like prism colors. It'll be multicolored, and that's the
Yeah,
way I get it most of the time. So I'll get the reds and the yellows and the blues and the greens going through it, kind of like a prism. And um, I've described it as sometimes it shows up like a layer over everything, kind of like a filter.
yeah,
Um, but I've had it where everything was just a grid and I saw nothing as it was to the normal eye, to where the
Mm.
best way I could describe was it looked like the computer graphic program model
yeah.
of everything. Like I was like, oh, I'm getting to see the math behind everything. Like I'm getting to see how it's designed.
Like an
Like all the
architectural
little,
design.
Yep, that's
yes.
exactly
And
what we're talking about.
and that's what happened, Rob. Like, okay, like when I have my eyes closed, I'm laying back, I'm looking at all the grids, and I'm seeing these different colors. And like when it started to go away, and I opened my eyes, the same colors was outlining what the regular colors is here. But
Mm.
it was like it was fucking crazy, bro. Like that place was this place, but it looked different. It looked
Yeah,
different.
it just, so it had the same colors that it is supposed to or usually does. It just had the architecture behind it.
Yeah, but the colors were more vibrant to where when I opened my eyes, like yo yellow and red, it was more vibrant, but it still overlaid within that color that yellow that you had, even though it was a more brighter yellow or whatever. So it was like even the greens and oh my god, bro,
Yeah, it just pops more, like you say,
like
ultra
ultra
HD color.
ultra, and then sometimes it just be like a dream. Like once you come back, sometimes a lot of it just go. You only given so little of it
Hmm.
when you try to
Until you
explain it.
got it.
You can't even, yeah. But god dang,
Yeah,
bro.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I remember coming out like, yeah, behind me, and then that thing I was traveling with, where we was going, I don't know.
I don't
We was out in the
know.
cosmos doing it, high fiving without any hands. That's how I get
Yeah,
down.
grid and expanding the grid, Charles, and then
Yeah.
getting others or something.
But that's
Well,
that's what it
with
exactly feel like, bro. Like that grid expand just over everything, bro. It's like, and it just be pulsating.
Why like a mushroom, or why would a
You know that X-Men girl, that the blue girl that could turn into anybody in X-Men?
Yeah.
What's her
Like
name?
her
I know who you're talking about.
yeah,
Mystique.
that's what the grid would rep Mystique, yeah. Or whatever. That's what the grid would be. Much. And you inside of Mystique in a certain sense.
yeah, depending on they could change.
But I don't know that first one I was seeing the yellow, green, and gold like gesture like entity, and bro, it was these box like things that were stacking. But say if you see a box, right, and the box got like these weird arms and different things coming out the sides of it, and but each one was like different, and it stacked all the way to the top, and then like say 100 of them, and all these things is moving, and then the top one is shaped like a pyramid.
And it make you know it's the boss gone.
Okay, say that again, True. I got a text that said,
It
"What
was
was that?"
like the top, it was like they was like yellow and green, like yellow and green, but that was like the most color that stood out. But each box had like these arms, or I don't know, like not even tentacles, because each arm that came out, it was shaped like these yellow like type of arm looking things, and then you see some eyes on it. But then it was like a gang of them boxes just stacked all the way up to where they went straight up, and then they started leaning over to where they started like going to the right, to where it was like I'm almost now looking down at it, to where when I get to the end it's like a pyramid on top of that. But the pyramid got the same thing. It got like these things hanging out of it that look like they're part of it. And then it's like this gesture entity that was like right there that was doing something. I can't remember what the fuck it was doing, because I was like focusing on these boxes the way they went up, and they started kind of leaning over and like dropping down, and I'm like trying to look at them. I followed them all the way down, bro. That shit was, I don't know, it was crazy. But the colors, it looked it so it was so it's so real. Like it was just real. It was so real, bro.
The full makeup of you, in a certain sense, it was forming into, you know.
But they kept kind of like changing. Like I don't even know how to explain how they were changing, but it was.
It's really, it's really interesting you bring that up, the boxes, because this trip. So I don't know if you caught part of this, but I went on a journey night before last, and this was the first time I saw a step pyramid on my journey. And so I'm posting it in general right now. It looked almost exactly like this, because it was almost like there's a little city around it too. Um, but I'm seeing this open eyed because I'm looking out in
Yeah.
the desert. I'm looking out in the plain. And before, when I saw a pyramid, it was like usually the classic gold straight sides. But this was the first time I saw a step pyramid during my trip, and there were two of them, and it was like two cities in front of me. And at at one point, um, it felt like those two tribes or whatever were about to go to war. And that's where it took a little dark turn for a little bit when like I started hearing drum beats. Um, like shit was about to go down, and I was like, oh my god, here we go, here we
Yeah.
go. And but man, it felt like thousands of years old. It was man, it was so ancient. I wish I could like pin down the time frame that I was in.
Yeah.
But there's sometimes in your trips where you'll see like a city or something in the distance, and for whatever reason you don't quite make it there. You can just tell that it's there.
Yeah, I was getting the buzzing. Like, dang, bro, when you get that buzzing, it's like that just make me like when I laid back and I was holding my breath, like it's like one more hit, just one more, just take one more. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna hold this one as long as I can, lift up, shake as I'm trying to hit this dang pipe and do it one more time. I think I did that about 4 times. Cause I'm just, when I lay back, I'm just seeing the grid, and the grid is like pulsating, but it's showing me all this other like weird stuff, but it's just like not even in color the second time. And it's like I gotta do the same thing, you know, once I, you know, let go, bam, lift up, shake and grab another one. But I should have went outside. Bro, cause yeah, I'm gonna have to go outside in the back and hit that backyard.
I was
bro.
thinking that'd be next one outside would be nice.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
shoot,
gotta do.
now, I mean, shit, I'm thinking of like, well, what Ozo was saying, like just broadcasting it. I mean, verbally, but I mean, I've never done that with I don't even know if I can talk on DMT. Sometime I might be able to now. I remember the early days I couldn't, but because I used to have my recorder going on Mushroom Journey. You can talk through Mushroom Journey, but shit, the DMT, man.
Sometimes I get to that point on mushrooms, I can't even talk. I said, damn, it sound like I'm just gibberishing. So that's all it feel like. But I'm about to tap out though, cause hey, we've been on for like 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been real. Junior probably about to wake up any moment now.
I said,
Yes, sir.
yeah, so I can take a quick break. Depending on what happened, I might come back later, but I gotta go.
Shoot,
I gotta
hit
go to
me
bed.
hit me later if you do. I mean, we can we can get it down later. Can,
Oh yeah, no doubt,
do
no
it
doubt.
and speak live on it while it's going down. I'm down to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we can do it again. I'm always
All
ready.
right,
Yeah,
True
I'm gonna
Life
tap in
fam.
with you. All right, Rob,
All right, bro.
Ozo, Sun Tzu,
Rob, Ozo,
Wild Man,
man,
All right,
Exile,
fam.
Sundre,
Dre,
Carmelon,
yeah,
Alley Cat,
Joel,
drop the
Allie,
blunt, pick it up. Yeah.
for shizzle.
Peace.
All
All
right.
right, y'all.
Well,
Peace.
man.
Wow, man, Ninjago. But yeah, thank everybody for stopping by, and yeah, we gonna try this again later, bro. Cause that was very interesting, I must say. But I'll be having to, dang, I think I gotta dive in, and then I just gotta let it rip and do it live on everything I see, because dang, that is wow. That's wow. I just know I'm ready. I'm always ready as usual. And I thank y'all for watching. Hit that like button on your way out, and